Cool. And we are good to go. Apart from the fact that I forgot to do this. Hmm. Boo. This does not work the way I want it to work. Alright. There we go. Okay. And now we get to work on Time Spiral. And, Time Spiral was interesting. And I say this partly as a person who'd been playing the game a very long time, and partly as a person who had, who for the most part has always been a very casual player. And so I cared a lot less about, you know, cards being powerful and more wanted cards that were interesting and did cool things. And the interesting thing about Time Spiral is that it referenced a lot of cards, a lot of mechanics, a lot of abilities that existed in roughly the first decade of the game's history. You might get the occasional card that referenced something that was, you know, a couple of years ago. But you didn't really get stuff that referenced the early parts of the game or at that point, the mid parts of the game. And Time Spiral was very much a nod to this. A little bit like how Modern Horizons sets sometimes do that. Modern Horizons, for example, as much flack as we get, as much flack as we give them. A lot of the cards reference cards from the game's history, or they reprint cards from the game's history that we haven't really touched in quite a while. For example, Counterspell is modern legal because it got printed, I think it was in Modern Horizons 2. Let me just check that real quick. I am I'm thankful to one particular person. Wow, I'm Canadian. We had Thanksgiving about 6 weeks ago, but a lot of people that I'm going to be, that are going to be watching stuff like this are from the States, and their Thanksgiving starts this coming Thursday. And so, while I may have already had my, done my I am thankful for routine, back in October, it's not completely unreasonable to, at least mention some of the people that have made things, you know, done things in such a way that have made your life easier one way or another. And so, for what it's worth, I'm thankful for my my current employers who have shown me, contrary to a lot of employers, and also the employers that I had before my most recent job, have shown me a lot of patience, and when working at my LGS, uh, has given me so much more opportunity to screw up than I felt any person should deserve. I've mentioned that to him in the past, and he's like, "Yeah, that's because we know the kind of person you are. You know, you're not screwing up because you don't care. You're not screwing up because this, that, whatever. You actually do care. You actually do want to do things right. So we give you, which I greatly appreciate stuff like that. Um, it's it's unusual to talk to somebody who you know who's your employer and hear them say, "Yeah, we do things the way we do because of the kind of person you are." you know, you care, so we want to show that we care. And that is kind of it's a lot easier to come across that when you're dealing with a small business. Hey, Zero. It's a lot easier to deal with that when you're dealing with a small business, maybe a dozen employees. and for somebody to turn around who's for a business owner to turn around and say, "No, you have shown that you care, so we're willing to put in extra effort because of that. We're willing to put in extra effort for you." It's nice to hear. It's nice to see. Um, Obviously I'm thankful for family and for friends that I have. I've been really lucky with the kind of family I've had up with compared to so many other people that I deal with on a regular basis. Even when you think you've got a similar background, you're like I was never brought up in a well-off family. um, but my family's always shown me, no, we actually care about, like, one of the best people, and you can joke about this all you want, but especially growing up, one of my best friends was my mom. She's still around, thankfully. She's in her 80s. And she's the kind of person that I know I can talk to about just about anything. How many people do you know have that kind of relationship with either of their parents? Not just, you can talk to us about anything. No, you actually feel like you can approach them about stuff. There's a big difference between, hearing it and actually, like, internally feeling it. Just like anything for that matter. um, obviously, I'm thankful that most of the friends that I have, were the kind of people that 10, 15, 20 years later or more, you know, still friends. We still call. We still this, that, whatever else. Um, some friendships they fall by the wayside just due to time or people move or this, that, whatever else. Um, and on a more, on a, for lack of a better word, on a less sappy note, um, I'm thankful for certain certain very specific parts of the Magic community. I'm not saying, you know, somebody who's not part of this doesn't matter. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I have an Android phone, And there's an app that I've been using for a very, very long time called MTG Familiar. And if you have access to if you have an Android phone, it does a lot of the sort of thing that Scryfall does without having the need to connect to the internet. I can't look at no, no, Zero, I don't. Um I've been I've been playing the game almost since it came out. I have I have a few favorite cards, but I I will play just about anything. I will play it in the wrong colors. I will play it in the right colors. I will play it suboptimally. I will play it to the best of my ability. I am all over the place when it comes to that. And I'm currently working on a suite of over 40 decks. And any that I've, you know, I have decks that I've enjoyed more than others. I have decks that I've built and I haven't had a chance to try yet. I don't have a favorite commander as of yet. And I don't think I think it's quite possible I may never end up with a favorite commander. MTG familiar. But before I forget about it, this is the app that I'm talking about. MTG familiar. Uh, it allows you to do a lot of searching, including looking up rules, searching for. Let's see if there's. I don't know if there's an actual thing here that'll. No, there's not. Okay. Um, I'll see if there is a good search image here. Oh, here. This this is mostly this is well, I shouldn't say mostly. This is part of what the search page for MTG Familiar looks like. Where it says mana cost down here, there's about another half a screen worth past that. And you can search on it for so many different things. And I have been using this for, oh good lord, I've been using this for many, many years now. And it is my favorite app to use for Magic, period. The only things it needs to go online for. Oh, a new set came out. It needs an update. How much is this card? Dollar wise. What does this card look like? Apart from that, everything else is basically just a database query. Well, the database you put on your phone and you don't need anything else. And oh wow, he's in Virginia. That's convenient. I wonder if he partly did that. I know not face to face. I know Star City Games is out of Virginia. I wonder if that might possibly be related. But yeah, it is a great app, and I have been using it for well over a decade, and it does pretty much the only thing I wish it could do, and that might require being online, whereas Scryfall, because it's a website, you access Scryfall, you're online. You can search for that easily enough. Is looking for cards by dollar value. But I mean, I pull up a card on my phone, like let's say I'm looking for, I don't know, I want a I want a blue card, no other colors, toughness greater than 6, with flavor text. I don't know. I wonder if there's anything. You know what? I'll type in the word plane, as in, planeswalker. No search is found. Alright. How about white cards to do that? Yeah, alright. There are 2 cards that use the word plane. And the first one is the iconic Masters version of Lore of the Pit. My summoning begins your debt, Planeswalker. I don't think the original art actually. No, the original versions never had flavor text on it, because the original versions was mostly text. And the other option is Diamond Weapon. A tutelary creature said only to appear when the planet is in grave danger. Do I have? For each permanent card in your graveyard. No. I don't have a use for this in my mono green control deck. But yeah, Zero, this is part of the reason why I don't have a favorite deck as of yet. Is because, like, for example, it's hard to have a favorite deck when it's more a matter of, or not a favorite. It's hard to have a favorite commander when you have favorite concepts instead. And my favorite concept is taking something, taking an idea and doing something unusual with it. For a non-magic example, a few years ago I was in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign for 3.5. And as we were wont to do, because it's a way we enjoy playing, we were going Gestalt. And the general rule of thumb since 3rd edition was every time you go up a level, you get to choose a class, and you put your level in that class. And most people will put it into a class they already have. And sometimes they will multi-class and go, well, I've gone up this much in one class. I want to start getting levels in a second class now. And they may pick up a third at some point or whatever. Usually they top out at 2. Even 5th edition allows this kind of multi-classing behavior. Every time you go up level, what class am I putting it in? something I already have, or something new. Gestalt, you make this choice twice every level. And again, do I put it in something I already have, or do I put it in something new? And the way my brain handles this best is thinking it of left side versus right side. Or actually, I'll do that the other way because the direction the camera is. Left side versus right side. And so, for I may not have a favorite commander, but I think I have a favorite character for D&D. And she's a catfolk. In 5th edition, you'd probably call it Tabaxi. She's a catfolk Gestalt character who went into epic levels, meaning the player's handbook only handles till about level 20. Epic was 21 plus. And when I say plus, I mean it doesn't stop at 30 or 40 or 50 or 100. It can go on as long as you want. It's hard, character level higher than 20. It's an epic level character. It's the only requirement. And so the way I best think of her in general is, the left side might be cleric and the right side would be monk. Without over explaining this particular relevant bit to how the character came out, you don't need to know what these numbers actually mean. In Dungeons & Dragons, human, the normal speed a human moves at is 30. 3 feet per this or whatever. That part don't worry about the units. Just know it's 30. In 3.5, every 3 levels of monk that you had, you get an extra 10 feet. So a 9th level monk moving at their standard walking speed, well, 9 is 3 batches of 3. 10, add an extra 10 every 3, so 10, 20, 30, is now got a standard movement speed twice as fast as a human. Like twice as fast as a standard human. And this is assuming you're starting off with with another, you're starting off with a race, human, orc, whatever, that also has a movement speed of 30. The running joke was, by the end of the campaign was, where is it? Okay, I'm there. By the end of the campaign, we were almost 40th level. Meredith had a standard movement speed of 270, so 9 times as fast as a standard human. Just, you're going for a brisk walk, she's going for a brisk walk. You're going for a jog, she's going for a jog. Putting in the same amount of relative effort. She just happens to be 9 times faster. She could fly at double that. She was flying faster than dragons. Large creatures that are known for being big but relatively fast flyers given their size. They're pretty fast. Think of like how, an airplane. It's a pretty big machine, but it's still pretty fast. You take its size into account, it's still pretty fast. She could burrow underground 4.5 times as fast as a first level human could walk. And monks, for the most part, were the only ones that got a regular boost to their speed. Barbarian got a boost at first level. Some of the races got boosts, like the catfolk got an extra 10 feet at first level. But that 10 feet isn't going to make much difference through the course of the campaign. Difference between, you know, 40 feet, 40 and 50 isn't that much. It takes a fair bit of effort for that to catch, for that to actually matter. Um, or once you start getting to bigger numbers, what's the difference between 100 and 110? Not that much. And by the time, no, by the time that's relevant, well, by the time that's relevant, now you're starting to look at, now you're starting to look at spells and magic items and whatever else that you can use to get from A to B that much faster. But the joke with Meredith was she was so fast. Okay, you can cast a spell and use up some components and use up energy, use up some of your limited energy. You may have a lot of spell slots to use. You may have a lot of spell slots to use, but you're still using a resource you have a limit on. And about the same amount of time it takes you to cast your spell and get there, I'm already there. Granted, for really large differences, yes, cast the spell. But if it's only going from, here to downtown, for me to get from where I am to downtown is about a 20-minute walk. She would be there, let's see here, 9. She'd be there in like 2 minutes and change. By the time you're hanging up the phone saying, hey, by the way, how quickly can you get here? She's already there. but, but my favorite concept is taking something that normally belongs here and putting it here. I had a character in a Gestalt campaign. This is where the entire thing about Gestalt comes from. I had a character in a Gestalt campaign whose name was Bob. He purposely went by that name. He wanted a name that was really simple, really easy for people to pronounce, regardless of what languages they spoke or whatever. Something that you can get out easily. His backstory was really sad. He purposely dressed in bright orange. He wanted to be one of those people that, because of the way he had been treated in his past, he always wanted people to know where he was, what he was doing, this, that, and everything else, because he hadn't been treated well. And he was a primordial half giant. Half giant, obviously, big, large. Think somebody approaching, like, if you ever watch the Marvel movies and you look at the Hulk, think about somebody who's about halfway between the build of Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Somewhere about halfway in between the two of them. Broad, known for being really strong. But the primordial bit, you turn around and you replace some of their some of their physical prowess with more mental abilities. So still stronger than most, but not as strong as a normal half giant, but a lot smarter, more perceptive, more able to pick up on things easier. And 3.5 is a tweaker's paradise. If you have the thing I love about 3.5 is if you have an idea for a character, there's probably a way to make it work. There are two related arcane spellcasting classes in the player's handbook. There's wizard and there's sorcerer. The wizard is the guy who goes to school and learns how to cast spells. Think kind of like if we're going to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, think somebody like Doctor Strange, or possibly possibly the X-Men. You know, going to school, learning how spells work. These are what spell components you need for this, and if you want to be able to do this with your spell, you have to cast it in this way, and if you want to be able to change it, well, you need to be able to gesture in, counterclockwise versus clockwise, this, that. You're going to school to learn how to cast spells. That's a wizard. The sorcerer is almost as proficient in spellcasting as the wizard, but has had to try and figure stuff out on their own. Think more like the Scarlet Witch. She doesn't have anybody to teach her how to cast a spell. She's just had to try and figure out what's even happening, and she just has learned that, well, if I do a thing, this is the result. And it's hard. It's not, it's harder on her. So as a result, you don't learn how to cast as many spells. But there's more freedom in what spells you can cast when. Um, the mechanically speaking, i.e., as far as the nuts and bolts of how the character's classes actually work are concerned, um, a wizard can learn any number of spells, but has to figure out at the start of the day what spells they're going to cast. A sorcerer has a much smaller limit of spells, but as long as they've got a slot of the appropriate size or higher available, they can go, and now I cast Fireball. And that's all there is to it. But one thing arcane spellcasters cannot generally do is heal. That's usually for the divine casters, the people that get their powers through the gods, the intermediaries of the gods, or something equivalent. So, for example, druids get theirs through a belief in nature. And does it, do you get yours from the god itself, or do you just get it from the life force that surrounds us? You're still going to be picking it up from that kind of you're still going to be picking it up through a similar process. The specifics may be different, but they're very similar. once you cut away the trappings of, like, are you looking at somebody who, are you looking at somebody who prays to somebody or or something or whatever? Or are you looking at somebody who reveres someone or something, etc., etc.? That entire, that entire, you know, idea versus somebody who just studies or just tries to puzzle it out for themselves. And there's certain spells that both groups can get. Both have the ability to detect magic, for example. Um, but divine spells. Hey, Holly. Divine spells tend to be more supportive, and arcane spells tend to be more out there. You're casting fireball. It's probably an arcane spell. You're you're giving somebody you're healing somebody. It's probably a divine spell. Yes, there's cases when it'll be the other way around. We're talking in very broad, very general strokes. But Bob was a sorcerer. And he had decided to try and pick up some healing along the way. There is a feat in 3.5 called Arcane Disciple. Every deity has access to, two or more domains. Domain is basically, this is a concept. This is a thing that's in my portfolio. This is a thing I am responsible for. um, and so, and if their portfolio is, uh, for example, has to do with halflings. Well, halflings or hobbits in Lord of the Rings, um, they're very community oriented. So one of the domains that you might have access to is community. Well, if you take Arcane Disciple, you take it as an arcane spellcaster, but you choose one of the domains, and you get access to the spells that are on that domain list. But you can cast every day. And so a domain will have, there's 9 spell levels in the game. It'll have, every domain has one first level spell, one second level spell, one third, all the way up to 9th. And an arcane disciple of that domain has the ability, if they've got a high enough stat and if they're of a high enough level, to cast one first level spell per, that domain first level spell once a day. Their second level spell once a day, third level all the way up. And he took the healing domain. So he wasn't a great healer, but he was a sufficiently competent healer. He was like, it's kind of like being a really good secondary healer. But the party didn't need, because of how judicious I had to be with my healing spells. At max level, I could only cast 9 healing spells a day, period. So I had to pay attention to who really needs healing. And the thing is, if we have another secondary healer, for example, we're probably fine. And I really enjoyed playing him. Unfortunately, I had to do the I had to do the self-sacrificing thing. Um, I forget what kind of creature it was. I want to say Zorn. Um, but it was something that would devour stone, and the party needed to escape. And I'm like, we don't have any other way to do this. The party was fairly high level by that. We're like 15th level or by that, by which point we've got access to like 7th or 8th level spells. And so I cast Stone Skin on myself, which, as the name implies, your skin becomes a much more rocky surface. And as you can probably imagine, because your skin has hardened, you're more able to, somebody tries to attack you for damage, you're not taking as much damage as you would otherwise. But this thing eats stone, and the party need to escape. So I cast Stone Skin on myself, tell the party, get out of here, and basically do the, come at me, bro, routine, and died. Was a fun character to play, though. And I don't think it'd have been as much fun if I had built a normal character. Um, I don't think Meredith would have been as much fun if it wasn't for another player showing up and deciding they were going to be the healer, the entire concept of which my character was actually going to be based on. Uh, because we wouldn't have also had the running joke about where's it? Okay, I'm there. the bat the battlefield could be like 100 feet across, 30 meters. And in a single move action, it's like, okay. So I get there, and then now that I'm there, now whatever. So I've I've enjoyed playing stuff, whether it's in Magic or whether it's D&D or something else. If I can figure out a way to make it work, I like taking oddball concepts. This is part of why, for example, my commons only decks. I've got almost a dozen commons only decks because that's unusual. Who is going to play a deck that's nothing but commons? Let's see what I can come up with. My mono blue deck feels like a green ramp deck, but it's in blue. On the other hand, my mono green deck feels like an Esper control deck and beats down with flying creatures, but it's in green. My mono white deck is every combo I can think of jammed into the same color. And almost every other deck that I've come up with has got some odd thing going on. Gruels that I'm nearly done building uh, is uncounterable. My Bant, on the other hand, tries to counter everything. And the only ones that you're going to see that are relatively normal, like my Elves deck, I've never played an Elves deck before until I built this. And I've only built this recently, like this year. I've been playing for over 30 years. I've never played an actual Elves deck before. I've used Elves to help me get ahead in mana, but never as the actual strategy itself. Uh, my Jund is a reanimator deck, but it's alphabet soup. I need to have at least 3 cards to start with each letter of the alphabet. Again, I have to throw something odd to it. I can build a normal deck. You know, Lathril ends up being really good. uh, and according to TCG Player, is about 165 bucks, and that's probably also counting pricing for the basic lands as well. We'll say 160 bucks. Which is surprisingly affordable for, let's start off with a deck that, uh, you know, building from scratch. But then you compare that to the one that's just commons, and it's less than 25 bucks. And I would say plays similarly enough. You just don't have the ability to search for stuff as easily. Anyway, all that being said, yeah, uh, yeah, I'm thankful for that app that got created and for the person that put it out and who's been maintaining it. As probably, I'm gonna guess, maybe came out with it like 20 years ago or something. Uh, yeah, I don't know how old it is, but it is old. And it makes my life so much easier because I don't need to. I mean, being able to go online is great. When I got my first cell phone, I think I had access to maybe, uh, you know, maybe 500 megabytes a month. That's not that much, especially in modern days. I would try and load up a page like this and forget it. And an app like MTG Familiar just saved my bacon so many times that it's not even funny. Um, and obviously I'm thankful to the people that make this game that we enjoy, and I'm thankful to certain parts of the community that let me try out my crazy ideas when there's a chat room I used to go to long before, many years before COVID. We're probably talking like 10, 15 years ago. And a couple of people in that chat room, like the particular channel was oriented specifically towards vintage. But the people in that room, one specific person would let me, it didn't matter what kind of crazy idea I had, even for like a sub format. He'd let me try it out. I had there was one where it was like, um, you have to choose a core set. You can only play cards in that core set. If it's restricted or banned in Vintage, it's banned in the format. Otherwise, anything's fair game. And I had an 8th edition only deck. And I forget what he played, but he... Oh, no, he played... Was it 10th edition? He beat me with Quirion Dryad. I was not expecting him to play... He was basically playing a deck that would be known as Miracle Grow. Basically, Quirion Dryad has an ability that says if you it's a green creature. If you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, you put a +1 counter on the Dryad. And so all you need to do is add, shock or lightning bolt or terror or, whatever, name your cheap removal spell, your counter spells, your cards like opt and so forth to dig through your deck, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And he beat me down with that. And here I am trying to play this janky black-green combo, combo deck based around Underworld Dreams. The only creature in the deck was Birds of Paradise, which was only there for mana fixing. No way to pump it at all. And he just like, yeah, and smack. I'm here trying to cast Teferi's Puzzle Box, which I think is like a 6 mana artifact in a deck that's mostly green, but splashing for a triple black enchantment. And he's going, and smack. Yeah. Anyway. Or there was One Letter Legacy. Make a Legacy legal deck. Except for there's one additional stipulation. Every card that is not specifically named Mountain, Forest, Island, Swamp, or Plains. Every other card in your deck has to start off with the same letter. He had, he beat me at one point with Elf Ball into Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. The flip side of that was I had asked for Serum Powder and to help me find Swans of Bryn Argyle and Seismic Assault. And, I got all the snow basics, but I also had some decent mana fixing because I had it was a Jeskai deck, so I had Steam Fence, I had Sacred Foundry, and I had Scalding Tarn. So being able to fetch the proper land was actually pretty easy. And I had the lands that come into play with 2 depletion counters on them. They come into play tapped, but you tap it for 2 mana of the appropriate color. So, and then when you do it the second time, you sack the land. What were you called? Holly, do you remember any of those lands? Ideally, mostly I'm looking for the red and the blue ones. I want from the same cycle as Peat Bog. Oh, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, Sapphire's and Scary was one. Yeah, Sandstone Needle was the other one. Wait, what? The heck? Let's try that again. No idea what happened there. Sandstone needle. Yep. Because you want sandstone needle because seismic assault was triple red. And so sandstone needle being able to tap for double red made a big difference. And Swans of Bryn Argyle was 4 mana. 2 could be anything. The other 2 had to be either white or blue. But yeah, that was a... Oh, dude. Those lands actually see a fair amount of work in Pauper, believe it or not. Certain decks, like those based around poison, really like the depletion lands because you stock up on the additional counters. Even some commander decks actually enjoy them because of that same reasoning. No. No. But yeah, when it comes to Magic, I tend to like cards. I sometimes like decks or deck ideas, but this is a very, very long-winded way of saying I don't yet have a favorite commander. All that being said, we've been at this about an hour. I think it's time to actually get started on this. So, Castle Raptors. Referencing literally the card called Castle. One white, +3 enchantment. Untapped creatures you control get +0/+2. Originally, as you can tell, back in the day, it said attacking creatures don't get this bonus. By 6th edition, because you can see even in 5th edition, each untapped creature you control gets +0/+2 unless it's attacking. That's 5th edition. 6th edition, they got rid of that clause. They just turned around and said, untapped creatures you control get +0/+2. Don't know why they got rid of that. Not complaining, but they got rid of it. But that means Castle Raptors. As long as it's untapped, it gets +0/+2. It's a 3/3 flyer for 5 mana, which, But if it's untapped, it gets the bonus that Castle would give it. To be honest, I'm kind of meh on this card in general. If you can give it Vigilance, it's now a 3/5, but a 3/5 flyer for 5 is still meh. So if you're playing this card, you really have to have a reason for playing this card specifically. The fun part, of course, is if you can untap it at instant speed somehow. And then go, oh, by the way, thunk. No, I got an extra 2 hit points. It's fine. Mind over matter. Yeah, if you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Flickering Spirit. Whoops. No. Yeah. So Blinking Spirit is kind of similar. You get 1 white, 3 other for 2/2. 1 white, 3 other for 2/2. But this got flying. And there's been a few cards, like Flickering Ward and Flicker Form, that allow, and Flicker itself, exile target non-token permanent, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is the card that tells us, that says why this kind of ability, exiling a thing and then returning it, is called Flickering. Flickering Spirit, exile this creature, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Exile, then return to the battlefield under its owner's control. They just gave it flying, which is fine. And its activation cost is the same as the mana cost, which feels like the right cost. And if you need cards that can flicker themselves, usually you want cards that can flicker other things. Sometimes in addition to, like, I need to be able to flicker that, and the fact that I can flicker myself is also nice. Isn't there a card that cares about flying creatures entering? There's always... Holly, the answer to that is probably yes somewhere. But that's true with almost every card. That's probably true with almost every concept that's in the game, given the game has been out like over 32 years now. But Flickering Spirit, if you're looking for cards that can flicker themselves, Flickering Spirit is nice. Usually you want something that can flicker other stuff, and the fact that it can flicker itself is a bonus. I mean, I think it's still an okay card. I think you probably just more want cards like Eldrazi Displacer or something of that nature that can flicker something else instead of Flickering Spirit. It can, however, save itself from spot removal, though, which is part of the reason for a card like this. Because at least it comes back right away. But if a card leaves the battlefield for whatever reason, and then returns to the battlefield, again, for whatever reason, what it is now has no relation to what it was before. Even if it's represented by the same card. It's a different... the game says this is a different permanent. Chronosavant. Chronosavant triggered an entire deck idea for me. I've said before, and I'll say it again. I pretty much, even if it's somebody I have an interest in watching, I pretty much never watch YouTube shorts. I generally find they're a waste of time, waste of my, or maybe not a waste of money, but a waste of time, waste of effort. But there was one that I saw that I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And it was titled or captioned or whatever, something to the effect of, the only way to win is not to play the game. And the entire concept The entire concept revolves around Chrono Savant. So, this can be done in mono white. It's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. Get Chrono Savant somehow in your graveyard. Discard due to hand size. Have a discard outlet. Something that says, pay some cost and discard card and make tokens. Whatever. Get into the graveyard. Step 2. Generate an infinite amount of mana. Or even if it's not infinite, generate a lot of mana. Let's say, I think if you can generate 200 mana, at least 100 of which is white, you're probably fine. Anything more than that, you don't need more. But that's probably good enough. Step 3. Have up some kind of protection. Teferi's protection is really nice. Cards like Silence and Grand Arbiter, not Grand Arbiter, Grand Abolisher and Myrel Shield of Argive are really good at making sure people don't interact with you while you're trying to do the thing. Step 4. Activate Chrono Savant. In response to Chrono Savant's activation, activate it again. In response to that, activate it again. Keep throwing these activations on the stack till you've depleted the mana that you want to use. Okay. Then let them resolve. Chrono Savant's ability does not use the word target anywhere, so it does as much as it can. The first one to resolve will take Chrono Savant, bring it back to the battlefield, and you skip your next turn. The remaining 99 can't bring it back to the battlefield because it's already in play. Okay. But it'll do as much as you can, so you skip your next turn. 99. So you end up skipping 100 turns. You do that with something like Teferi's protection up. Until your next turn, and that's the key phrase here, your life total can't change and you gain protection from everything. All permanents you control phase out. XLT Pro. Until your next turn, your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything. All permanents you control phase out. That last part, much less relevant. But you have skipped your next 100 turns. So it'll go around the table without you 100 times. Your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything, which means it's really hard to interact with you. So, Necro Savant is the card Holly mentioned. But more realistically, this is a Chronotog. Look at this cost up here. Port it over to white. This could go into white, I think, these days. You skip your next turn and look at its cost and change this from a blue symbol to a white symbol. Necro Savant returns it from the from the graveyard to the battlefield. It's a 6 mana 5/5 zombie giant. This is a 6 mana 5/5 giant. So I'm seeing I'm seeing Chronosavant, I'm seeing Chronotog mixed with Necrosavant. So once I saw the ability to basically skip an infinite number of turns, I came up with this. Now, a friend of mine and I had already, sometime earlier, made what we called a multi-balls deck. Something like that. Think if you've ever seen a pinball game, either an actual physical one or even one on the computer. Once you unleash the thing that allows, all the balls to go bouncing around the board and knock everything down, that was the premise of, that's where the name came from. And the concept of his deck was his was Esper, and it was every combo that we could think of thrown into the same deck with no tutoring. So I took the same idea and I put it in white. And so the first thing I have here is I've got Eldrazi Displacer and I've got Flicker Form, whose job is to exile a thing and then bring it back into play. Flicker Form brings it back next end step. Eldrazi Displacer just simply brings it back tapped. And then a few cards that combo with it. Angel of Invention has got to come into playability. Cavalier of Dawn has got to come into playability. Cloud Goat Ranger, same thing. Nadar, same thing. Twilight Shepherd, same thing. And then Mangara of Karandor has an ability where you tap it, exile Mangara of Karandor, and target permanent. The only target it has is the permanent. So if you exile it and bring it back, tap, activate Mangara, exile it with, say, Flicker Form, then the Mangara's ability tries to resolve. Mangara is already exiled, so it can't do that part, but the permanent is still a legal target. That's the only part where targeting matters, so you exile the permanent. It's possible to build mono white land destruction based on that premise. Infinite damage, Guilty Conscience combined with Stuffy Doll or Phyrexian Vindicator. Infinite mana. Note that both the Eldrazi Displacer has got an activation cost of 2+ a colorless : and Flicker Form has got a activation cost of 2 white : no tapping involved or anything, so using infinite mana is easy. Doubling Cube, Karn the Great Creator or Toy Maker, and Voltaic Construct. If you have, I think it's at least 8 mana in your mana pool to start, I think 8 breaks even and 9 you go infinite. You use Toy Maker or Karn to make the Doubling Cube into an artifact creature. And then as long as you've got, I think it's at least 9 mana to start, Doubling Cube and then Voltaic Construct to untap it, you create infinite mana. Using infinite mana, Chrono Savant, Hangerback Walker, not as good, but it's, I mean, if I've got like 370,000 mana, okay, I'll make a creature that's 185, with 185,000 +1 counters on it. Heliod Suncrown plus Walking Ballista, aka the Sun Gun. Mirror Battlesphere, also something that can be flickered. Stonecoil Serpent, again, same idea as Hangerback Walker, just an X spells that can be as big as you want. Twilight Drover. Twilight Drover, you can actually go infinite with that in combination with I think it's in combination with like Ashnod's Altar or something. Extra manas, Ashnod's Altar or Krark Clan Ironworks in combination with Cathodian or Mirror Moon Vessel will net you mana. And then during a renewal, we'll just keep bringing them back. You just end up plus mana. Steal from card draw. The premise of this started stuff like this. If an opponent would draw 2 or more cards, instead you and that player each draw a card. There has to be a single instruction that tells the player they're drawing more than one card. Draw 3 cards and lose 3 life. Target player draws 4 cards. Something of that nature. Alms Collector plus Smothering, with Smothering Tithe gives you some kind of benefit whenever your opponent tries to draw extra cards. Font of Mythos says everyone draws 2 additional cards each turn. Specifically, I took this over Howling Mine because at the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws 2 additional cards. Well, you combine that with Alms Collector, and cool, you're supposed to draw 2 extra, you're supposed to draw 2 extra, you're supposed to draw 2 extra. What that really means is with Alms Collector, you draw 1 and I draw 1, you draw 1 and I draw 1, you draw 1 and I draw 1. So I'm getting 3 extra cards from you guys. You're getting an extra card each. Oh, but that only affects if an opponent would draw extra cards. I'll get my regular +2. So I get 5 extra cards around the table. My opponents get 1 each. Font of Mythos, this is also why Secret Rendezvous is in the deck. And Temple is under attack is in there for the same reason. Some cards in here to give protection, etc. Vanished Paladin plus Resplendent Mentor gives me infinite life, and then Aetherflux Reservoir just to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I have all this life now. Kill you. Hilariously, Aetherflux, I found out recently, because it didn't even click that this was an option. Aetherflux Reservoir, if I activate Karn or Toymaker and turn it into an artifact creature till end of turn, I can then use Heliod Suncrown to give it lifelink till end of turn. Which means I only need to be able to activate this once. Pay 50 life. This deals 50 damage to target creature or player, which would now say to any target. Oh yeah. Oh, I know. I know that's mean. So I'm using the reservoir to deal 50 damage to, I don't know, a player. I'll gain 50 life. I can take that 50 life and ping again. And yeah, was not part of the plan. Something yeah. Fairlight Priest and Gemstone Rain pretty much just in there to convert colorless mana into white mana. Done some others shenanigans, some reanimating. Bishop of Wings plus Divine Visitation is a fun combo because uh, Bishop of Wings says when Angel enters, you gain 4 life. When Angel dies, you make a 1/1 spirit. But Divine Visitation or Mask with Nexus turn around and turn those tokens into angels either in addition or instead. You combine those with some kind of sack outlet. Again, you've got infinite mana going on. Alter the... Okay, see you, Holly. Alter the Brood. Mill for stuff entering the battlefield. Well, if you are creating infinite tokens, yes, only one at a time, but if you're creating infinite tokens, Alter the Brood, you mill everyone out. Approach of the Second Sun. The only card that I actually legitimately call a one-card combo. Because all you need is this and the ability to draw into it. Isochron Scepter is there to combine with Silence and Pull from Eternity. Pull from Eternity to get stuff back from exile. Silence to let you do your stuff without having to worry about somebody else interfering with you. Some ramps, some lands. But the entire premise of this deck, after going through all that, started with Chrono Savant. And if it wasn't for that one YouTube short that I saw, I don't know how I would have built Mono White. I probably would have gone for Mono White Burn eventually. But I don't know how I would have built Mono White otherwise. But I saw this, and that in combination, that was the entire reason for my Mono White deck to come out the way it did. Opal Guardian. A references the Opal creatures from Urza Block. Urza Saga. So, let's go with Opal Archangel. Well, no, Opal Archangel is kind of meh. Know what? Let's go Opal with Opal Caryatid. 1 white. Whenever one of your opponents successfully casts is no longer a thing. Prior to 6th edition, it wasn't I cast a thing. A thing was not actually legitimately considered cast until it had the ability to start to resolve. If nobody stopped it and nobody mucked around with it, if nobody tried to prevent it from resolving, it was allowed to resolve, it's considered successfully cast. They got rid of that stipulation around 6th edition, and now it's just whenever something is cast. So if you were ever looking at an old card and it reads successfully cast, ignore the successfully bit. Whenever one of your opponents casts a creature spell, if this is an enchantment, it becomes a 2/2 soldier for 1 mana. Okay. So there was a cycle of these, and they weren't all opal. Opal was the white ones. Veiled were blue. Um, Hidden was green, and lurking was black. Red did not get the option. Opal Guardian is an opal creature, so whenever your opponent casts a creature spell, yada yada yada. So why is it a 3/4 gargoyle with flying and protection from red, and it has a triple white in its cost? Abbey Gargoyles. 3 white plus 2 for 3/4 flying protection from red gargoyle. 3/4 flying protection from red gargoyle. Oh! Illustrated by Christopher Rush. Illustrated by Christopher Rush. He got the same artist to do both. That's cool. I think they tried doing that in general. But yeah, so the Opal Guardian, referencing that. And honestly, regardless of whether you're playing an enchantment strategy or not, like especially if you're playing in an enchantment strategy and you've got a decent amount of white. And to be fair, if you're playing an enchantment strategy, I assume that you're playing white and or green. Probably both, likely with some other shenanigans going on. If you're a bit heavier on the white, like first of all, you're playing an enchantment strategy. I have no issue with people playing with cards like Opal Guardian. Even if you're not, I'm amused by cards like this and like the surprise they get out of people. And here's the thing. This is not, this enchantment becomes until end of turn. No. Oh, by the way. Oh, you cast that? Cool. I'm blocking now. Wait, what? But I thought it was... You cast your commander this turn. I'm blocking now. Shh. Yeah. So... I have no problem if you want to throw this in a deck and just like sneak up on somebody and just go, hey, by the way. And the chance, like, what is the likelihood of none of your opponents ever casting a creature spell? Pretty low. I think that's a really good card. Jetted Dragoons, 6 mana for 2/5. With Vigilance, when it enters, gain 4 life. It's, again, it's okay. It has a healthy amount of life gain attached to it. Again, if you're looking to gain life and you want to gain, like, higher amounts of life, Jetted Dragoons is okay on that front. But there's much more efficient creatures that you can be running for that. I probably wouldn't bother with this unless I'm doing like a life gain cat. If I'm crossing life gain and cats into the same deck, then I might be looking into it. Otherwise, eh. Gustcloak Cavalier. So 2/2 with flanking for 5 mana. That's your mental starting point. Flanking. Whenever a creature blocks a creature with flanking, if the creature that's doing the blocking doesn't also have flanking, that creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. So if this is blocked by a 1/1, for example, cool. You block with that. Oh, it doesn't have flanking? Cool, dies. A 2/2 without flanking is now suddenly reduced to a 1/1. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap target creature. And whenever this becomes blocked, you may untap this creature and remove it from combat. Gust Cloaks, back during Onslaught, commonly had that ability. Whenever this becomes blocked, you may untap it and remove it from combat. Skirmisher, whenever it becomes blocked, you may untap it and remove it from combat. Sentinel, same thing. Savior, same thing. Harrier, same thing. So this is all from the fact that it's a Gust Cloak. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap target creature. Alaborn Cavalier is probably the card that they're referencing there. Because it has that same text, and it's a Cavalier. So you're looking at the fact that it's a Cavalier. So if it's Alaborn, it has that. What does the original art look like? Same. I think no. As for the flanking specifically, I'm not sure where that comes from. But I mean, again, Alaborn Cavalier, Gust Cloak, 2/2 with flanking. Yeah, this has a lot going on. And again, you're playing a Night Tribal deck and you want to go back to like the older style. Because some of the Knights that are out these days, like, if you want to play with interesting Knights, I would put Gust Cloak Cavalier. Errant Doomsayers, 2 mana for 1/1. Tap target creature with toughness 2 or less. Rebel. During masks like Mercadian Mask Block, Rebel was a really, really big important creature type. To the point that there were 2 standard decks where Rebels was important. There was Rebels and there was Counter Rebels. And Rebels had the ability to go up the chain. And then Counter Rebels took that and add some counter spells and other similar cards. Basically, it added blue for more deck manipulation, more control, etc. Uh, let's see here. uh, nope. No, let's go smaller. Oh, my dog. Find me one already. Okay. So, Remosian Captain. 3 mana for 2/2 with first strike, which sounds meh. But 5 tap, search your library for a rebel card mana value 4 or less. Put onto the battlefield and shuffle. So let's start with the Remosian Sergeant. You have 1 mana for 1/1. Pay 2 more than its mana cost and tap. Search your library for a rebel that cost 1 more than this is mana cost and 1 less than this activation cost. Put in play and then shuffle. So this is mana value 1. You're searching for a 2. You're activating for 3. Okay. Remosian Lieutenant. 2 mana. Search for 3. 4 and tap. Remosian Captain. 3 to cast. Search for 4. Pay 5. Remosian Commander. 4 to cast. Search for 5. 6 and tap. Sky Marshal. 5 to cast. Search for 6. 7 tap. Okay, so all went in that pattern. And these always let you dig out the creature, a rebel with that mana value in question, or lower, and put into play. And this just got, so here's the thing. The Sergeant, a 1 mana 1/1. The Lieutenant, you weren't fond of playing because you got a 2 mana 1/2. You got Squire, basically. But the Captain was a 3 mana 2/2 first strike, which is fine. The Remosian Commander was a 4 mana 2/4, which was fine. The Remosian Sky Marshal was a 5 mana 3/3 fire. Like, they were all okay. Apart from, like, I think the Lieutenant I probably would have made a 2/1. But Rebels were a big deck. And so this is calling back to the fact that it's a Rebel. And if you combined it with the Rebels that were in the Mask block that let you dig out, you could use your 1 mana Remosian Sergeant to dig out the Doomsayers and bring it in play. Because the Rebels weren't just the Searchers. There were also other cards like No, not Night Guard Patrol. These guys. Like Nightwing Glider. 3 mana, 2/1 flying protection from black. Or, more interesting, the Thermal Glider. 3 mana for a 2/1 with protection from red. If your opponent is on a red burn style deck, for let's say, you know, you're playing an aggressive red deck, Thermal Glider will just slow them right down. And if you manage to get one out, they're in trouble. And so there were enough other, because it wasn't just rebels being able to tutor up, cards to keep going up the chain. There were also rebels that had certain functionality that was really good against certain decks. Errant Doomsayers would have been one of those good against certain decks tag cards. What's different here is because it's tap target creature with toughness 2 or less. This is not normally wording that you see. Yeah, there's one card that does that. Because the other thing is stuff that cares about toughness. You don't like if you're looking at an ability like this, you're normally looking at things that have like a mana value or sometimes power. Errant Doomsayers was looking at a creature's toughness, not normally a part that people normally cared about. Like when you're trying to kill a thing, yes. But otherwise, the toughness of a creature doesn't matter nearly as much as what its power is. But that's where that's part of where this comes in. Is you're looking at actually, you know what? Name, release date, ascending. See if she actually had anything. There, let's go for the original prints. Celestial. Wow, really? You. Huh. Okay. Well, if there's a reference there, I'm missing it, but that doesn't surprise me because even at this point, there were like at least a couple thousand cards. Like, no, yeah, 8,718 cards. So we were approaching 10,000 cards by that point. So, yeah. I mean, it's still an okay card, but by this point, as in 2025, almost 2026, you should be looking at tap target creature. That being said, if you're looking for a card with this kind of effect, see if you can find it with a mana cost colon rather than tap, because that allows you to, and yes, it could be a higher mana cost colon, you know, but that just means as long as you've got the mana, you can activate it. Along lines of fire breathing, etc. Cavalry Master. Again, going back to the thing about flanking. 4 mana for 3/3 with flanking. Other creatures you control with flanking have flanking. Without that reminder text, you take a look and go, what? What's the point? Which is why they specifically put the reminder text in. Each instance of flanking triggers separately. People didn't realize flanking was, flanking is a triggered ability. What? It's not, the creature doesn't suddenly get -1/-1 when it's declared as a blocker. It's declared as a blocker, and then flanking triggers, and when the ability resolves, the creature gets -1/-1. That's the difference here. And so, if you're playing with a card like this, I would want probably, I would say at least half a dozen cards with flanking to even consider throwing this in the deck. But if I've got enough, if I've got at least half a dozen, like obviously the more that you have, the better. I also ideally want my creatures to have trample. Why? If you have a 2/2 with flanking, I attack with a 2/2 with flanking. You block with a 1/1. The 1/1 does not have flanking. Okay, so a goblin token, let's say. That means that when the flanking trigger resolves, this dies. But it's still blocked the 2/2 that's got flanking. Combat damage doesn't even get to happen yet. If you're able to add trample, then the 2/2 flanker still gets something to deal combat damage too. Defending player, defending planeswalker, battle, whatever. This is one of those situations where I would like to have trample. Because then, I mean, then your combat damage will, then it can still do something. Hilariously, 2/2 with flanking. Blocked by 2 1/1 tokens. They both get -1/-1 till end of turn, and both die. The Cavalry Master's sitting there going, there was somebody here a moment ago. Blocked by 12 1/1 tokens. Doesn't matter. Thunk. Tivadar of Thorn. This is basically looking at two different cards. Well, yeah, I could say two different cards. I could possibly say three. So card number 1, Silver Knight. Originally printed in Scourge. 2 white, 2/2, first strike, pro red. based on White Knight, which was the exact same except pro-black. Number 2, Paladin on Vec from Exodus. Same card, 1 more mana, protection from black and from red. So 3 mana for 2/2 with pro-black and pro-red. So 3 mana for 2/2 with first strike and protection from 2 colors. Like it's 2 enemies. It's 3 mana. Silver Knight. Tividar's Crusade. 2 white, 1 other. Sorcery. Destroy all goblins. When Tividar enters, destroy target goblin. So one could make an argument. This is obviously based on at least 2 cards, possibly 3. I think, again, I think this is quite a viable, card to play. You're playing knights, consider it. There's a lot of goblins that people like to play. Goblins is also a creature type that people like to build their decks around. You know, Krenko Mob Boss, for example, is a relatively popular commander for building goblins. There's also goblin combo decks and, you know, Muxus and all that jazz. So, yeah. If you are, and again, goblin is a creature type. Anything that has changeling has all creature types. ... So, feel free to run it. Duskrider Peregrine. 6 mana for 3/3 flying pro-black. So, based on just the 3/3 flying, I would assume this to probably be about 4 mana. Pro-black, maybe an extra 1, maybe an extra 2. I think you're paying 1 for the fact that it's got pro-black, and you're paying 1 more for the fact that it has Suspend 3 for white +1. Well, what does that mean? That means that you can pay time rather than mana. Usually it's about a 1-1 ratio. Not necessarily exactly so, but about there. I.e., if it has Suspend 3, the cost that you're paying is usually about 3 less than the actual mana cost. In this case, it's a better rate than that. You're paying 2 mana plus 3 turns, so 2 plus 3 is 5, for something that actually costs 6. But it's a reasonable starting point for figuring out where it should cost. And what you do when you suspend something, and this is a mechanic that if you're playing Commander, you will come across at some point. You pay the non-time cost, which is almost always mana. You pay that now. and you exile the card that has Suspend, and then whatever the number part says, so in this case 3, you put that many time counters on the card. Every upkeep, each of your upkeeps, you take a time counter off. When you remove the last time counter, you then get to cast a spell without paying its mana cost because you paid for it in a smaller amount of mana, but a time delay. So I pay a little bit now and wait a few turns, or I pay a bunch now. And this is part of how they handled the idea of time in Time Spiral. They let you get away with a smaller payment now and just wait a few turns and then it'll come out. The fun part is that time delay, depending on the scenario, the game could be over before that time delay is up. So you've got to weigh, can I wait that time, etc., etc. If this is turn 2 and you suspend you suspend the Dusk Rider Peregrine, you can probably wait 3 turns. It's probably going to last to turn 5. If it's turn 8 and you suspend it, you're asking to wait until turn 11. And we're talking how many turns you are on. This is the Magic player. How many turns is it? Not the Yu-Gi-Oh player. How many turns is it? So, if you watch Commander Clash, for example, on MTG Goldfish, whoever starts, it'll be their turn and turn 1, and then turn 1 for everybody, and then turn 2 for everybody, and then turn 3 for everybody. Yu-Gi-Oh turns around and goes, Yu-Gi-Oh handles it the way Magic handles it when you are in a tournament and time has been called and now you're in extra turns. It's the only time really that Magic turns around and says, hey, by the way, each person is a separate turn number. So, if you don't understand what I mean, we're in a tournament, and the whistle gets blown or the buzzer goes off or whatever, and the 50-minute timer is over. And whoever, when that buzzer or whatever goes off, when that alarm goes off, whoever's turn it is gets to finish their turn. And then there's 5 additional turns so if it gets called on my turn, your turn 1, I'm turn 2, your turn 3, I'm turn 4, your turn 5. That's the way it normally goes, barring somebody taking extra turn shenanigans or whatever. It is 5 turns between both players. So I get to finish up my turn, and then usually it's like, finish my turn, you do your turn, 1 apiece, and then a second turn per person, a third turn per person. But if you've got extra turn shenanigans and it gets handed back to you, it's possible if you've got a bunch of extra turn shenanigans, those 5 turns that are left in time, you're taking all 5 of them. Yu-Gi-Oh! When you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In a tournament, it's not first turn for each person, second turn for each person. No, no. If a thing is going to last 3 turns, 1, 2, 3. And then on your turn, it's expired. It's not when it gets to my 3rd turn or my 4th turn or whatever. It's no, no, no. We're counting both players. Anyway. Yeah, I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've been around Yu-Gi-Oh players long enough, especially at my LGS, that I've learned a few things. Um anyway, so as I was saying, yeah, Dusk Rider Peregrine, this allows you to what's the word I'm looking for? This allows you to pay time rather than paying extra mana for the effect, which I think is part of the reason why it's 6 to cast, because one of that mana is from the option of paying 5. Uh, words. That 6 mana is, one of that is from, hey, by the way, it's that 6 mana, there's 5 that should be spent. I gotta sneeze again. And so you're saying you're spending a 6 because you have an option on how to cast it. Anyway, it's still a reasonable card. A 3/3 flyer with protection from black is still nothing to sneeze at. I think if you're playing birds, it's fine. Una Ficker. 43 cards. Stormcrow. So 42 cards. Sort by color. You are playing white, blue, black. I have to play 5 color. Okay. Almost enough to build an Uno deck. And you get to play Wasteland. Okay. So yeah, I can see options for this. Definitely if you're playing Burge Tribal, um if you're looking at Bird Tribal and you want to restrict it in terms of colors, like let's say you want to go mono white birds, yeah, I can see it. Ferocian Interceptor. Originally from this guy. 5 mana for 4/4 trample that can block an additional creature each combat because he's got 2 heads. So one is paying attention, presumably one head and one arm is paying attention to this side, and one head and one arm is paying attention to this side. And instead of a 5 mana 4/4 trample, So a 0/5 is roughly a 2/3. It's got defenders, so it costs us a 2/2. But it can block an additional creature each combat, and it's got flash. Flash! Ah! This might be the first time that we actually got the flash keyword. um, but yeah, this is Pharisee Interceptor. Ah, it's a 0/5, so it can block a two-headed giant and not die. Ah, and has the same blocking capability here. That's adorable. I think if I was to build mono white, I think if I was to build like a mono white, you know, like toughness matter stack, even though it's 4 mana for 0/5, at which point I'd like my first card that I'd want to put in would be Indomitable Ancients. I may be looking at this because like this one line of text, which is added for flavor reasons, is a big deal. It has 5 toughness, so suddenly I block two creatures. If I'm playing toughness matter stack, then I'm doing damage based on my toughness instead of my power. I kill them both with flash, and I'm just gonna be annoying every turn because I can block 2 creatures with this one. Yeah, I and it's a human soldier, so that's these guys up front, as opposed to the giant that's here in the back. Okay, yeah, I can see a home for that. Benelish Cavalry, 2 mana for 2/2 with flanking. Yeah. Um, if you're playing a Night Tribal deck, and yes, I'm gonna consistently use that term because again, I've been using that term for 30 years. Unless you know, I don't think it's as Wizards of the Coast has changed using the word tribal and has gone with kindred in terms of the card type and what is it? I think typal as the deck, like as the deck idea based around creatures of the same creature type. And I sometimes wonder if because you know how sometimes uh companies, organizations, governments, whatever will, they'll do a thing and then sometimes they they may overcompensate. Now, to be fair, I am a cis middle-aged white male. I don't have to contend with a lot of things that many people who don't fall into any of those categories in North America, well, in Canada or the US, have to contend with. But I'm not aware of any discussion having existed that says that tribal is a problem. Like the word tribal in the context in which it's been used in Magic. Um, and I think that, like, yes, it's a word in English that has certain, you know, certain meanings. But when you're dealing with something that is based in fantasy, like, words don't necessarily mean the same thing. And I wonder if I wonder if Wizards of the Coast may be overcompensating. And I'm not saying they are, and I'm not saying they're not. And I'm not saying there haven't been, have there been complaints about it? I don't know. I don't work for Wizards of the Coast. I've got very little communication with anybody who does work there. um, but it doesn't have the same kind of meaning in Magic that it does in real life. And this is contrary to cards like Jihad and Crusade and Pradesh Gypsies and so forth, which I understand why they are banned for cultural insensitivity, stuff of that nature. That I understand. Um, you know, Jihad literally being from a set based on the Arabian, on Arabic mythology, the Arabian Nights. Um, Crusade, having been printed at the time it did, very much strongly suggesting the Crusades, i.e., the Catholic Church going against the rest of the world, basically, etc., etc. Gypsy, we've been getting told for quite some time now, hey, by the way, not the term we, people of that heritage appreciate. And I get that. I understand that. Tribal to me feels different. Tribal to me feels like we're taking a word that's got, we're taking a word that has a use in English, but we're applying it, in my opinion, sufficiently different in Magic that it shouldn't be a problem. And I don't know if there is a problem. I'm not aware of any actual legitimate discussion on it. but it's, you know, when you've been hearing it getting used for 30 odd years in and it's being used in, you know, not just in because I know when it comes to English, the idea tends to be of a group of people who are let's see, how can I put this? Like, it's not. You've got the people that live in like your major uh Western European or North American cities, and then you've got like nomadic people that live elsewhere. Trying to see if I can find a an acceptable way to explain this. But once you start applying it to things like Magic the Gathering, that definition doesn't really fit anymore because it's been getting applied to, you know, it's been applied to humans and elves and dwarves and goblins and, you know, angels and whatever else, merfolk. It basically applied to every creature type since the start of the game. And assuming the same kind of perception on it, like this is not the same thing. You know, it's being used as a convenient shorthand, but it's not really being used in the same sort of way. So I don't know. I think this was a step they didn't need to take, but again, like the key difference here is I'm a person. They're a company putting out products for millions of people. So they have to make certain decisions based on that rather than a single individual. So I don't know. But unless I actually come across a thing that says no, tribal is actually a really big problem, etc., etc. You know, I'll probably look at it as this is a corporation having to take a specific stand because they're dealing with uh this is how their customers have to worry about it, or this is how their customers feel about it. And the other thing is, people that I deal with, regardless of their regardless of their heritage, regardless of their um regardless of their heritage, their ethnicity, their sex or gender, anything else, pretty much everybody I talk to calls it tribal unless they have to be talking to somebody at a in a you know, in a more professional atmosphere, etc., etc. And you can tell this is a small channel. I'm not dealing with, thousands of people. I'm dealing with like a few. So, if you have a problem with me calling it tribal, feel free to let me know either in the chat or in the comments. And, we'll go from there. Anyway, but that's my perspective on things. Anyway, all that being said, I'm going to keep calling it tribal unless either I see enough people calling it, you know, typo or something or something similar to make it or unless I actually, hey, by the way, can you please not? Okay. That being said, I'm looking at Benelish Cavalry. I see a 2-mana 2/2 knight with flanking. If I'm building like mono white knights or something like that, it's still an okay card to run. I don't see an issue with this card at all. And especially if you're playing like a deck based around flanking. I mean, heck, if you've got Cavalry Master and then Benelish Cavalry in the same deck, you have the two of them out, and it's like, cool. This will eat any two. This will basically eat. If you've got Benelish Cavalry and Cavalry Master out, the Benelish Cavalry will eat anything that's a 3/3 or smaller. Actually, a 3/4 or smaller for breakfast. It'll trade with a 4/3 or 4/4. Let's go blue cards. Man, 7, 8. All right. Temporal Eddy, I like. This is not the kind of card that we see a lot of. Temporal Eddy is doing two things. One, you're looking at a card like Boomerang, where 2 blue, instant, return target permanent to its owner's hand. Now, this is restricted to creature or land, so okay, maybe, blue +1. But then you're paying 2 more mana on top of that to put it on top of owner's library. Now, it's a sorcery. But still. Okay. So let's say you're paying 1 blue as a sorcery for target creature or land to owner's hand. But now you're paying an extra blue +2 to put on top of their deck first. Which means they have to draw it again. Now, the the fun part about a card like Temporal Eddy, first of all, it affects lands, which is not a thing that is a common card type for blue to deal with. When blue bounces stuff these days, it is rare that it affects lands. So temporality is already interesting there. Um, and it's possible you can build a deck around that. The fact that it goes on top of their deck means they have to draw it again. If it's a creature, well, then they have to contend with summoning sickness again. If it's a token, well, regardless of what it's a token of, putting it on top of the deck means that, oh, isn't that nice? You, a token left the battlefield. It's now gone. I don't know how strong I think this card is, but I think it's a lot more interesting than people give it credit for. And I think it's one of those cards that people just gotta like look at and go, huh. Of course there's also the common refrain of, yeah, but if it was a source or if it was an instant, which is always a problem. Always something I gotta be careful about. But yeah, Temporality, I think it's one of those cards that, depending on what you're playing, you should pay more attention to. I will point out, though, if you're interested in doing any sort of mana denial deck in any format, like imagine throwing that. It is a common, so imagine playing that in Pauper. You know, you can use that as a removal spell, or you can just use it to slow your opponent's mana, slow down your opponent's mana. And if your opponent is doing, Arbor Elf with a land with a bunch of enchantments on it, and you turn around and take that land and put it back on top of their deck, all those enchantments go bye-bye. And now they have to redraw that land. Heaven forbid that land ender tapped. Eternity Snare. Too slow. Decent card. Too slow. 6 mana. When it enters, you draw a card. Enchant creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Just no. Just don't. It is too slow. You're paying 2 mana for, to draw the card. So you're paying 4 mana for a creature to not untap. Compare Weakstone Subjugation. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Enchant creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Compared to Weakstone Subjugation, you are paying 5 mana to draw a card, and you only get 2 enchanted creature. Just no. Better options exist. Tellurian Sentinel. 4 mana for 1/3 flyer. Blue, tap and discard card. Return target permanent you control to owner's hand. There's a few ways to combo this. The one that goes to my mind the fastest, specifically with Tellurian Sentinel, is Reality Acid, which will be in the next set, in the set that we cover next week, which is Planar Chaos. When this aura leaves the battlefield, enchanted permanence controller sacrifices it. You combine that with Tolarian Sentinel, what you're basically looking at is blue +2, tap the Sentinel, and discard a card. Target permanence controller sacrifices it. Now, other ways to use Tolarian Sentinel? Well, Reality Acid says when this aura leaves the battlefield. So anything that has the leaves the battlefield trigger, like Cryogen Relic. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. So, enters or leaves. So the Cryogen Relic will get you 2 cards. You're spending 1 on discarding to the Sentinel. So every time you do this, you're getting ahead in cards. So there's that route. There's also the usual bits of, hey, by the way, I'm playing, I'm doing this, keep one of my creatures alive, or you're trying to blow up my whatchamacallit. I'm going to send this back to my hand. Or just any other, I want to reuse that come into play ability, or, one of the cards that combos easiest with us is good old Thragtusk. When it enters, gain 5 life. When it leaves the battlefield, make a 3/3 beast. How much life do you want to gain during the course of the game between Tolarian Sentinel and Thragtusk? So, lots of utility with that one. Slipstream Serpent. Again. Goes back to Sea Serpent, which is 6 mana for 5/5. Can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. When you control no island, sack this creature. This creature can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. When you control no island, sack this creature. You got 6 mana for 5/5. Now you got 8 mana for 6/6, but it's got a morph cost of 6. 5 plus a blue. 5 plus a blue. Slipstream Serpent, obviously being a reference to Sea Serpent from Revised, has morph added on. The funny part is, if you cast this face down, after blockers are declared, then you can turn it face up, and you can't undo the blocking, or you can't undo the attacking. It's already been declared as an attacker, whether your opponent has an island or not. This check can't happen. This is too late. It's too late for this check to happen if blockers have already been declared. So if this is cast face down and then you turn it face up, it's like, well, that's an illegal attack. Too late now. Um, yeah, I think I might only play this if I'm playing with like giant ocean beasts anyway. Serpents and the Um, like a mono blue serpent stack. Mono blue giant ocean beasts, basically. Viscera Deepwalker? How many other Viscerids are there? Because I don't remember. Viscerid Armor and Viscerid Drone. Interesting. So Viscerid. Wow. Hammer Drone. Okay. Yeah. So it literally just. It has some relation to cards from like alliances and stuff like that, but it's a very superficial one. This ability, by the way, I believe that was Wall of Water. Yeah. Oh, no. Was it Sea Spirit? Yeah, Sea Spirit. Blue +4 for 2/3 with quote unquote water breathing. Blue +4 for 2/3. Blue +4 for 2/3. Yeah. This is Sea Spirit. Drop down in rarity and given Suspend. And if you take a look, pay a blue and 4 turns, pay a blue and 4 mana. Okay, so yeah, this is literally Sea Spirit ported over to alliances. That's hilarious. And just given a relevant creature type. So how many Homerids are there? Oh my god, there's only 8 Homerids in all of Magic? One from Dominaria, one from Thunder Junction, and everything else is ancient. Or, Viscera Deepwalker, which is still, that's 2006. So next year, that would be 20 years. But, no, Sea Spirit, the thing is, Sea Spirit is the kind of card that I would play because it's got an interesting ability for the color that it's in. What? But it's just fire breathing, yes, but it's in blue, and blue does not get this ability. This or Deepwalker, I would play this because it's a card that has an ability that the color in question is not known for getting. If that's the kind of card you're looking for, then yeah, it's still a reasonable card. If you're playing mono blue, as an example, you can probably attack this the next turn for like 7 power or something. Bewilder. 3 mana, instant. Target creature gets -3 power till end of turn. Draw a card. I mean, again, it's an okay card. Um, you're paying 3 mana to draw a card at instant speed, which in and of itself isn't a big deal. The -3 power, on the other hand, is going to make some difference at certain times. If you were to build a deck vaguely resembling my Take Me Down to Cantrip City deck, if this is the sort of ability that you're in for, I wouldn't I wouldn't deny you playing this as opposed to some of the other um removal slots that I've got. You know, removal. Do I have something like that in here? I thought I did. Am I misremembering? I thought I... No, I guess not. Okay. But I think I do have a deck somewhere that has an effect like this. But, yeah, again, if you're looking to build something along the lines that Take Me Down Cantrip City, -3 power can do a lot, and it can actually save you an extra turn when it comes to somebody trying to kill you with combat damage, which can be a big deal. Like, that can be the difference between winning and losing. Especially so if they're trying to hit you with double strike. Or, double damage or something like that. Suddenly going, okay, in response, by the way, -3 power. So instead of taking, 24 commander damage, oh, I'm only going to take 18. Cool. I live another turn. So, again, can make a big difference. Drifter Eldal, 2-1 for Shadow for blue. Beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you pay blue. Spindrift Drake references this. 1 blue for 2-1 flyer. Spin Drift Drake. At the beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you pay blue. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice unless you pay blue. 1 blue for 2-1 with an evasive ability. Alright, fine. Mana value equal 1 color equal blue. Yeah, probably be Drifter Eldal. Or probably be Shadow Rift, rather. Target creature gains Shadow till end of turn, draw a card. But yeah. And again, this is a... When you're playing a game of Commander, having a couple creatures in your deck that have got a simple mana upkeep like Drifter Eldal, this is perfectly fine. This is reasonable. Don't load your deck up with them unless you've got a reason for them dying. That being said, you could also be having it in your deck because you want something to die. So, if you're going for a mono blue aristocrat style deck, this is the sort of thing where you can decide, okay, It's time for it to die now. Although, keep in mind, Shadow is much more difficult to block than flying, because flying you can block with flying at reach. Shadow can only be blocked by Shadow. However, Shadow can also only block Shadow. So what you're looking at here, when you have a creature with Shadow, think of it basically being like an ethereal creature, and the ethereal can only deal with the ethereal. That's probably the easiest way to think of it. It's happening over here. Um, yeah, you're playing an aggressive blue deck, or you're playing some kind of, a blue-based aristocrats deck, or something of that nature. Yeah, Drifter Odal is fine. Uh, Shadow means it's really hard to block, so that's an option too. There's a few different ways, a few different homes you can plug Drifter Odal into. Crookclaw Transmuter. 4 mana for a 3/1 Flash Flyer, which I'm not usually too enthused about, but then it has a come into play ability that's really interesting, which makes it more worth it. When this enters, switch target creature's power and toughness till end of turn. And there's a few cards that have had that kind of ability over the years. And throwing this on a 3/1 flash flying creature at 4 mana is really good. Because the funny thing is, if your group has anybody who likes to occasionally play or likes to regularly play a Toughness Matters deck, or if you think you might end up going somewhere where that's likely to be a thing, Claw Transmuter is kind of silly, because a lot of creatures that have got, high toughness and low power quite commonly have 0 power. Very, very simple example. If you're looking at a Toughness Matters deck, it's not unreasonable that you're looking at a card like this. Yolk Dogs. 1 white, 0/4. Okay, what's the 2? It's a 1 mana 0/4. Okay, but it has no abilities. So why would I play it? Because if you're playing a Toughness Matters deck, this is basically a 4/4 in combat for 1 mana. Oh. Yeah. Claw Transmuter, on the other hand. The thing is, when you're looking at Toughness Matters deck, it deals damage based on its toughness rather than its power. Its power and toughness don't change. It's just how combat damage is assigned is different. Well, if you swap this thing's power and toughness, this goes from a 0/4 to a 4/0 and dies. And it also means that things like Indomitable Ancients, as I mentioned before, which is a 2/10, and so would be dealing 10 points of damage in combat, would suddenly turn around and go, cool, you're only doing 2. By the way, you also only have 2 hit points. Dice. So, yeah, any sort of, if, again, if you're playing a bird tribal deck, feel free to throw this in your 99 somewhere. Chances are there's going to be somebody playing a game where it's going to end up being useful. Effects like this have been known to be used against, like, Birds of Paradise in Modern. Birds of Paradise and, what's that, Wall of Roots? Is that? I think it's Wall of Roots I'm thinking of. Yeah, Wall of Roots. So suddenly being able to go, oh, cool, nice 0x you've got, dies, is always convenient. Fledgling Maw-Core. Well, references the original Maw-Core, which is this. 2 blue, 3 other for a 3/3 flyer. Tap to do a point of damage to any target. You cut a blue, you cut a point of power and a point of toughness. It's the same card otherwise. Morph cost is your double blue. You've cast it face down for 3. You turn it face up for double blue. 2 blue plus 3. Hey, guess what? That's the cost of Maw-Core. This is where the fledgling Maw-Core comes from. It's Maw-Core, but smaller. Yeah. Tap for a point of damage to any target. Yeah. Blue had been known for the longest time to be the color of tap, 1 damage to any target. It eventually got shifted over to red. I think Time Spiral might have been the first time. I think Time Spiral might have been when they started actually really pushing it over. Because that's when you start getting cards like Prodigal Pyromancer. But even back in the day, you'd still have red cards that occasionally had it. Annabelle Shaman and a few others. But in the beginning, it was primarily a blue ability. But the problem was back then, any card could get any ability as long as you could make a flavorful argument for it. So when people say, yeah, but blue was really good, blue is good because it gets bounce and it gets counterspell and this, that, whatever else. Blue now has got nothing on blue back in the day. Blue could, again, any color could get any ability. Take a look at my mono blue ramp deck. And, you've got, not just my ramp creatures. I have ways to gain life in here with specifically a blue card. I just realized I'm looking kind of dark in here. Give me a moment. I did not notice this until now. Of course, it's also almost 10 o'clock here. Let's see if I can do something about this in any way, shape, or form that's at all useful. There. I really want a better spot for you. Can I get a better spot for you? Still got to do something with those. You come down. You come down. Stop running away. You come down. There. Oh. Wow. I really should be doing that more often. Especially this time of year. Oh, yeah. Oh, that looks better. Alright. So where was I? Yeah, I have a specifically blue way to gain life. I have ways to store mana, ways to steal mana, let's see here. I have access to land destruction, which, sure, you know, if I'm playing this elsewhere, I may need a card like Blood Moon or something of that nature. But, yeah, like, again, blue can come up with any way to do things. As long as, back in the day, you could come up with a flavor-wise way to, you know, can I come up with a logical explanation why blue would have this ability? So, fledgling Magcore, yeah, sure. And as for Commander, dude, you want to build a deck out of mono blue pingers? Go ahead. You know, I would probably, you know what? ID equal blue O colon 19 cards. Oh yeah, Hermetic Study, that's Psionic Blast. Psionic Canada, you need to find a way to keep it alive. Psionic Sliver, same thing. 1, 2. Revoca, I would probably make Revoca my general. And just go, hey, by the way. Yeah, so I'd be looking at 17, 15 cards? 15 creatures that I can do for it. A couple of enchantments, which I'm going to want to throw on random stuff. Sonic Blast. Wonder why Side Blast, Okay, this is weird. The collector's edition, which is not legal for play because it's gold bordered with square corners, versus the unlimited edition are almost identically priced. Anyway, yeah. So 15 creatures plus a couple of auras plus a couple of spells to go. Hey, by the way, thunk. Yeah, I could see somebody building that deck. What happens if I go ID colon? Now you go to 76 and you get many lots of options. Okay. Yeah. Mono blue pingers. Revoca is your general. Errant Ephemeron. Again, this feels like one of those cards where you're paying an extra mana for the fact that you can cast it differently. You're paying an extra mana because you can cast it differently. But that's, again, that's not always true. It's often true, but not always true. So 7 mana for a 4/4 flyer. I think at that point, you're still going based on the assumption that Air Elemental is the balance. And if Air Elemental is the balance point, then you're looking at 2 blue plus 3, which is probably blue plus 4 for a 4/4 flyer. No, blue plus 5. And then paying an extra mana. Or 2 mana plus 4 turns. And again, while it's a little overcosted, it's still reasonable. And Errant Ephemeron compares the original Ephemeron from Exodus. 2 blue plus 4 for 4/4 flyer. Discard a card, return to owner's hand. So 6 mana, 7 if you're making it splashable. You are dropping it from rare down to common. So lose this ability altogether. 6, 7 if you're making it only cost a single blue instead of double blue. Okay. Yeah, so this is close to being the same to basically taking the card and again shifting the rarity down from rare down to common, but then giving it suspend. Okay, I can see an argument here, and I can see the reference, etc., etc. I don't want to pay 7 mana for a 4/4 flyer. I'm not unhappy about. I'm not thrilled, but I'm okay paying 6 mana at that point for a 5/5 flyer. I think now you're looking at blue plus 4. I think Air Elemental has probably been kicked to the curb by now. But I'm very happy to pay 2 mana, pardon me, and wait 4 turns to get this. And here's the fun part. If you can bypass the 4 turn wait, somehow, this is just, this starts getting in, like, if you can have stuff come off of Suspend a lot faster than it should. So, you can either you can generally remove one counter, two counters, or X counters. If you're doing X, it's, a card that costs, you know, blue plus X or red plus X or whatever. Or you get somebody like pardon me, somebody like Amy Pond. Oh. Whenever. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than exile, exile it with 3 time counters, not gain suspend, then investigate. Amy gets to Amy deals combat damage, removes by default 2 counters. Which means on your next turn you'll be able to cast it. Because it'll have 1 counter left. You remove the counter. That's the time you get to suspend to, yeah. Okay. Anyway. Amy Pond is probably the best way to remove uh to get stuff like this off of Suspend faster. Which feels weird. You want a red card to increase your to you want to you want a red card to make time work for you more. Coral Trickster is basically Coral Merfolk with a morph cost. When it's turned face up, you may tap or untap target permanent. Not generally a card I would play. I mean, if I'm looking for 2 mana, 2/1 Merfolk, I'm probably looking at this. But why am I looking at a 2 mana, 2/1 Merfolk? I should probably be able to find something better by then. Again, it is a rogue. All your rogue synergies apply. But is it enough? I don't know. Psionic Sliver. All sliver creatures have tap. This deals 2 damage to any target and 3 to itself. So, again, anything that has changeling has a creature type. This says all slivers have, not all slivers you control have. So, be careful, because this is, this will also include your opponent's creatures. And, if they've got, say, a 4/4 changeling, okay, you've suddenly given them the ability to, like, tap it, do 2 damage to whatever, and not have to worry about their creature dying. Barring other shenanigans. That being said, are you playing slivers? If you're playing slivers and you're playing with this, you're probably also playing with muscle sliver and sinew sliver and some of the other slivers, and just giving people headaches because, well, just as a sliver of a problem here. Just want to take a quick scan and see if there's... Not. Didn't think so. Black cards. What do we got in black? I'm gonna have to go through these quickly. Skittering Monstrosity. Skittering creatures, I seem to remember, didn't like you having other creatures out. Whenever you cast a creature spell, sacrifice this creature. 5 mana for 5/5. Skittering Horror. Whenever you play a creature spell, sacrifice Skittering Horror. Skittering Scourge. Same thing. The thing is, those guys tend to be like undercosted creatures. You get a 3 mana 4/3 or a 2 mana double black for a 3/2 flyer, which is really freaking good. And then Skittering Monstrosity turns around and goes, hey, by the way, I'm a 5 mana 5/5. Eh? I wouldn't exactly call you undercosted. A 3 mana 4/3 and a 2 mana 3/2 flyer. Those are really good. That being said, you can still get creatures into play by other means. You reanimate them. You put them into play. I don't know, put them into play tapped and attacking. Or you just drop them into play via an effect like Elvish Piper, etc., etc. As long as you're not casting it as a spell. That doesn't matter. That being said, again, it does give you a way to sacrifice it if you're looking to suddenly sacrifice a creature. Having a couple of creatures in your deck that have whatchamacallit, flash, gives you an option. So, while I probably wouldn't play this myself, I can see ways to use it. Skulking Knight. Reminds me of Skulking Ghost. 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer. When this becomes the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Skulking Knight. When this becomes the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Back in the day, 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer was actually really good. 3 mana for a 3/3 flanker is really good. The drawback to a card like this is people will kill it with a card like Giant Growth or, trying to cast an aura. But it's still strong enough It gets the benefits of being a zombie and a knight, and it's got flanking. This thing is actually really strong. Like, I would definitely 100% of, well, again, me, not saying somebody else shouldn't. I would definitely play Skulking Knight over Skittering Monstrosity. Just because Skittering Monstrosity, 5 mana for 5/5 is meh, and a drawback on it. Whereas Skulking Knight, a 3 mana, 3 mana for a 3/3 with flanking with 2 relevant creature types. Okay, somebody targets it, it dies. If they're targeting it, they're probably targeting it with a removal spell anyway. Viscid Lemurs. Excuse you? What do you mean, no? Are you trying to tell me there's only one card with that? VISCID search. No, I said ID, not OD. Okay, there's only the one card with that name. That's weird. Okay. So that explains why it keeps going back to this one card. But here's the thing. Hyalopterous Lemur. 5 mana for a 3/3. Or 5 mana for a 4/3. 0 : give it -1/-0 and gain flying till end of turn. Alright. LEMURE. Drawn like this because the person who had got the assignment originally for the art. See this last E? Story goes, and I don't know if this is true or not, that they thought it was a lemur. What is a lemur? And so, therefore, they look like these. Okay? So it was drawn like this. Viscid lemurs, same thing, same cost, same size. Gain Swamp Walk till end of turn, whereas what you're looking for before was a gain Flying till end of turn. And, yeah. Now with actually relevant artwork, because a lemur, or lemur, or I'm not sure how to pronounce this properly, was actually some kind of like demonic spirit thingy. Some kind of evil, nasty bastard to deal with. And not the cute, cuddly animal that we all, that the artist had supposedly misunderstood things to be. Go away. Lemurs are among the weakest devils, man-sized blobs of molting, stinking flesh. Lemurs are the shock troops and laborers of the devils. The most selfish, cruel, and evil mortals that die and come to hell become lemurs. Their soft bodies regenerate quickly, making them convenient victims of torture for the devils. A lemur is about as tough as a typical human zombie. The only things lower in the devilish hierarchy than lemurs are Nuperibos, which are strange gangly limb-bloated creatures with no minds or eyes. Yeah. In ancient Roman mythologies, the Lemures were greatly feared evil spirits who cause disease and infection. They are thought to be malignant spirits, specters, or ghosts who haunt the earth by night and to possess great power for evil over the living, etc., etc. So, yeah. Evil spirits that people don't want to deal with versus cute little animals. Same size, similar ability, and thus the confusion here. And when you get to the to the Hyalopterus lemur that got reprinted, the version that got reprinted in Dominaria Remastered. Lemurs? Is that all? Finally, something harmless. Nor in the wary. I was wrong. Not harmless at all. Nor in the wary. So, yeah. The funny thing is, because this ability costs 0, you can activate this as much as you want. There are times you're going to want to actually activate that. It's rare, but there's times you're going to want to activate it more than once. If you want a creature that, power 2 or less is a thing that occasionally comes up. Suddenly make it unblockable or whatever. Usually 3 is enough to get past a lot of things. Sometimes you do want to knock it down to 2. Just be able to deal with certain things. And gain Swamp Walk. Again, A, black is a commonly played color in Commander. B, chances are somebody's playing with a card like Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth. Being able to just get through unblockably every turn for 3 points of damage is pretty easy. It is a spirit. If you're playing Spirit Tribal and you're not playing the typical Azorius, you're running black in there, so maybe your Orzhov spirits, which could be really interesting, I think. Or Dimir spirits. I could see my brain around either of those. Or try and make something interesting and go mono black spirits. I think I would like to see that. Mana Scammer. 1 black, 3 other for 2/2 flying. Whenever this deals damage to a player, note it says damage, not combat damage. Tap target land that player controls. That land doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So, was it Worms of the Earth or something like that? No, not Worms of the Earth. Oh, Mana Leech. There we are. Which, there. One black, two other for Leech. You may choose not to untap it during your untap step. Tap. Tap target land. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as this creature remains tapped. So now we've paid an extra mana, given it flying, kept its creature type, and instead of dealing with a tap ability and choosing not, deciding whether or not to untap it, it's just, oh, whenever this deals damage to a player. So if you really want to be annoying, you put something like, what do you call it? Diviner's Wand. No, not Diviner's Wand. What am I thinking here? I want... No. That is completely the wrong card. Oh, because it gives +1/+1. I thought it pinged. Type equipment. Really? ID. I could have sworn. Well, I'm not seeing one quickly and easily, but there's probably a way to do it. But yeah, basically, if you've got a way to like tap the creature with like Viridian Longbow, let's say on, and then untap the creature and go beep 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 beep, you can tap down like let's say 5 of an opponent's lands and basically go, hey, by the way, those lands don't untap next turn. Oh, clones. Oh no. Okay, so if you want to be evil to people, you know, clones are bad enough as is. Then go like Mana Skimmer, clone it a couple of times, and then just like have like a bunch of copies of them. Yeah, ooh. I wonder, how many leeches are there? 20. Are any of them... Nope, they're all legal. Okay. White, blue, black, red, green. Okay. So you would have to play all 5. Sort by color. It's only 1 white. I would... Okay. Black, green would get you all but 4 of them. You could play black, green, and with 16 leeches. 15. Monsters 4 leech. Okay. Leech Tribal, here you go. Cyclopean Giant. So, 2 black, 2 other for 4/2 Zombie Giant. When it dies, target land becomes a swamp. Exile this creature. Cyclopean Tomb, which turns lands into swamps. I wonder if... Yeah. The current printing, like the Oracle text, is fairly long and complicated. The original printing has got much less text on it. So mono artifact. Mono means that when you activate it, you also tap it. So this is technically artifact with 2 tap. Turn any one non-swamp land into swamp during upkeep. So during your upkeep, you can activate this only during your upkeep. 2 tap. Target land becomes a swamp. Mark the changed lands with tokens. If Cyclopean Tomb is destroyed, remove 1 token of your choice each copy, returning that land to its original nature. So, when this goes to the grave, basically, when this artifact dies, for the rest of the game, at the beginning of your upkeep, you take 1 Mire token off a land. Oh, remove all Mire counters from a land that has a Mire counter on. That a Mire counter was put onto with this artifact, but that a Mire counter has not been removed from with this artifact. What? But that a Mire counter has not been. The weird thing about that is, this, like, it originally didn't say what kind of counters to use, so they called them Mire counters. Cyclopean Tomb didn't originally say you took all the counters off, or even all the counters of this type. It says you remove 1. But that makes sense because once you put a Mire counter on it, it's now a swamp and it can no longer be affected. So the reason to remove all is if somebody's going, hey, by the way, proliferate. But anyway, Cyclopean Tomb and Cyclopean Mummy was the other one. When this dies, exile it. When this creature dies, exile it. And when this dies, target land becomes a swamp. Um, basically taking Cyclopean Tomb and Cyclopean Mummy, crossbreeding them. So you got a 4 mana, basically, you've got a 4 mana Cyclopean Mummy with a dice ability that not only the dice trigger exiling it, but also making land into a swamp. Oh no. Okay, that is kind of funny. I just realized if you want to do like Splinter Twin is one thing, but if you want to do like Splinter Twin type stuff, but do weird stuff instead of just I'm going to combo kill my opponent, you start running cards like Cyclopean Giant, because this is Cyclopean Giant. Chap, I make a token of it. Okay. Well, the token dies at the end of turn. This is now a swamp. What? It becomes a swamp. It doesn't say in addition to its types. It doesn't say it becomes a creature. Yeah, it just says it becomes a swamp. It is now a swamp. Yeah. Sangrifage. You play this if you're trying to play an aggressive black deck. Uh, historically, you would look back to the decks called like Suicide Black, which didn't mind hurting you as long as you killed your opponent first. Carnifage, 1 black for a 2/2. Beginning of your upkeep, tap it unless you pay 1 life. So you pay 1 life every turn, and sure, you might lose 10 life, but that means you're also swinging 10 times and dealing 20 damage. Sangrifage, 2 black, same upkeep cost. It's just you got to pay 2 life, but you're swinging for 3. So if you take 20, well, fine, I'll take 20, but I'm attacking into you for 30. Same idea. Carnifage obviously ate flesh. Sangrifage obviously drinks blood. Yeah. Again, are you playing an aggressive deck? And it's a zombie, so it's Carnifage. So if you're dropping a cheap big zombie, and then you add the zombie synergies, you know, um, all your various, your zombie lord type stuff. Like, hey, by the way, these get +1/+1 to all zombies, and by the way, something else. Zombie Master comes to mind. Oh no, Zombie Master didn't do that. Um, go away. And then sort by color. Creatures you control that are zombies and or tokens get +1/+1 and have flying. What? Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, make a zombie. Interesting. Cursed Cloth Wrappings give zombies +1/+1. Death Baron gives zombies +1/+1. Death Priest of Miracle gives skeletons, vampires, and zombies +1/+1. Geese of the Hellraiser +1/+1. Liliana's Devotee +1/+1. Liliana's Mastery, +1/+0. Liliana's Mastery +1/+1. Lord of the Accursed +1/+1. Tome Tyrant +1/+1. You could go strictly, mono black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Lord effects, basically. Yeah. Throw those in with, Sangerphage and whatnot. And again, if you're building an aggressive zombie deck, yeah, you're playing that. Premature Burial. 1 black +1 sorcery. Destroy target non-black creature that entered since your last turn ended. In other words, cool. My turn's over. For 2 mana as a sorcery, I get to kill any non-black creature that's come in from the start of your turn until now. It is, I think it's a not unreasonable removal spell. Again, its biggest problem is the fact that it has to be non-black. And black is a big color, and but if you can get past that, it'll kill any creature regardless of how big it is. Yes, indestructible matters, etc. But 2 mana kill anything that doesn't fit this healthy sized category of card. But beyond that, don't care. So, it will kill things that Cast Down won't. But I would rather pay an extra black mana as an instant and have murder. And there's probably I'm sure there's other cards that can do it for like double black or like terminate. Black plus red instant, destroy target creature, can't be regenerated, and not have to worry about any of these restrictions. But it's still not an unreasonable card. Plague Sliver. 4 mana for 5/5. Not only referencing, not only is it a sliver, it turns all slivers into Jazam Jin. 2 black +2, 5/5. Beginning of your upkeep, this deals 1 damage to you. All slivers have. At the beginning of your upkeep, this permanent deals 1 damage to you. 2 black, 2 other for 5/5. Historically, you played this when somebody else was playing slivers. Yeah, you might take a point of damage, a couple of points of damage, and your opponent would take like 5 damage a turn. Because, hey, look, they're playing slivers. They've got 5 slivers out. They need to kill you in fast order, or at least deal with a plague sliver. And that's a pretty fast aggressive creature. It's a 4 mana 5/5. It's not nothing to sneeze at. Again, you're playing an aggressive black deck. I would not complain about putting Plague Sliver in. Cool. I take a point of damage, but I'm swinging for 5 with a 4-drop. Pardon me. Haunting Him. 2 black, 4 other. Instant. Target player discards 2 cards, which seems kind of bad. However, if you cast it during your main phase, they discard 4 instead. Target player discards 2 cards is generally Mind Rot, which is black plus 2. So if they're discarding 4 cards, you're looking at 2 black plus 4. 2 cards but sorcery speed. If you cast this during your main phase, but doesn't have to be at sorcery, they're discarding 4 cards. If you're able to cast this on your turn, that is scarily strong. Discarding 2 cards at instant speed for 6 mana is kind of not worth it. Because again, maybe you're paying an extra mana for the fact that it's instant speed. Okay, so maybe you're paying 2 black plus 2. You're paying 2 more mana than that. Yeah. You really... The hymn's melody have persisted since Turak's time. Obviously, him and Turak, it's referencing him to Turak. I think this would have been better. And a better reference if it was 2 cards at random. And I wonder why they didn't go with random. Maybe because they really didn't want to be doing random discard anymore? Because the last card I remember specifically seeing that allowed somebody... It was basically, I'm making you discard cards, but you have to discard at random. Apart from Skull Scorch, which was a Punisher card, i.e. they could dodge it by taking damage instead. I think was Addle. No, it wasn't Addle. What was it? Oh yeah, Black Cat. Um, Release date descending. Not reprint game paper. Yeah, because there was Spectre's Whale is the card I was thinking of. I was getting that and Addle mixed up. Yeah, so Prophecy had some. Then you got Skull Scorch, which you could dodge. One in Dissension. You may have target opponent. Nath of Guiltleaf. Mind Shatter. Yes, we've had some over the years. But we went from... Oh, wow. Okay, so we'd get them sporadically. So we would get them sporadically. Okay. I feel less. But yeah, still, haunting him, I still think we should have got it at random. Feebleness, and again, if you're playing a discard deck, you're probably considering throwing this in. You know that most of the time you're going to be casting on your turn, or activating or whatever on your turn. So you're largely, this is like the opposite of a flash deck. You're going to be playing most of your stuff on your own turn. Feebleness, I would generally find, like, there's other cards that I would generally find better. The one bonus of this card is it does have flash. and so that suddenly makes it a little bit better than most cards with that have this kind of ability. I but if I'm looking at a 2 mana card with flash, my question is, and maybe there's an answer, and because sometimes there is. Why am I playing this instead of one of the various spot removal cards? Why am I playing this instead of Cast Down? Or why am I playing this instead of... I mean, I was going to say Terror, but Terror is not thrilling these days. Ultimate Price comes to mind. There's a Shoot the Sheriff. There's a suite of 1 black +1 instant, destroy target creature with a given restriction. And a card like Feebleness does have its place because it does deal with cards that are, well, indestructible. So it does have its place. But in a situation like that, I would be looking for cards that give -X/-X. Defile comes to mind. 1 black, instant. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn for each swamp you control. By the time you're casting Feebleness, you're probably having, well, let's say at least 2 swamps. So that's -2/-2. And it's an instant. God damn it. Pardon me, I hate this cough. So is the fact that it's an aura relevant? If it is, Quag Sickness also comes to mind. 3 mana, enchant creature gets -1/-1 for each swamp you control. So 1 mana more does not have flash, but can kill some pretty big things. So just putting that out there. Corpulent Corpse. 6 mana for 3/3 with fear. Know what? Zombie. Oh, fear. Power equals 3. Toughness equals 3. Oh, Gluttonous Zombie. Corpulent Corpse, Gluttonous Zombie. Yep, I see that. This is black +4. This is black +5. And again, you're paying 1 more mana for the fact that you can cast it with an alternate cost of paying a black and waiting 5 turns. Again, black +5, black +5. I think if I'm playing zombies, I'm okay playing this. I'm, I generally wouldn't be as thrilled with it, but because there are a healthy number of lords that give, you know, zombies, +1/+1 or what have you, I think we said there's like 8 of them. Then, and never mind stuff that gives it to uh, the creature type of your choice that you named when you cast it, or when it enters. We're talking specifically zombies. You know, this is a 6 mana 3/3 with fear. This can easily be like a 7/7. So, in a deck like that, I don't mind Corpulent Corpse as a starting point. I would rather have the Gluttonous Zombie. And it is going to be, I would say, probably half the decks that you're going to face have got a way to block this. But that's fine. You don't expect it to get through all the time, but not unreasonably. Drudge Reavers. Not as much support for skeletons as there is for zombies. However, this is basically um, Drudge Skeletons with an extra power and flash for 2 extra mana, which doesn't sound completely unreasonable, all things considered. It sounds a bit, it might be a bit much, but not. It's better than it first appears, and it's oh wow, it's better than it first appears. I think if you're playing Skeleton Tribal, you really want this. Um, I don't think I'd play it outside Skeleton Tribal though, realistically. Although if I do decide I want to play, mono black flash threats, yeah. Flamecore Elemental. Not worth it unless you're looking for a creature that dies the next turn. Flamecore Elemental. This is trying to be Fire Elemental. You know, 2 black plus 3 for 5/4. The thing about Echo originally was just the card has Echo, period. During Time Spiral, they changed it such that it was Echo plus a cost. Cards that just had Echo basically saved you a mana now, but you had to pay their mana cost again the following upkeep. This is basically the same thing. You're saving yourself a mana compared to Fire Elemental, but you'll have to pay its mana cost again the following upkeep. And I don't think it was like for when you're looking at 4 mana for 5/4 and then 4 mana again the following turn, I don't think it's worth it. I would just pay the extra 5th mana up front. When you're looking at a 1 mana 2/2, for example, that's a different story. Or maybe a 2 mana, 2/3 or 3/3 or 3/2 or somewhere around there. Or you could get a 2 mana, I think, was it Cradle Guard was 2 mana 4/4? Or am I misremembering here? 3 mana 4/4 Trample. This is probably about the top end of where I'd go for of paying an Echo cost, but I probably want to stop at like 2 mana. um, Yeah, Acridian, 2 mana, 2/4. Albino Troll, 2 mana, 3/3 that regenerates. Goblin Work Buggy, okay, maybe 2 mana, 2/2 with haste. Maybe iffy on that one. Motalia's Acolyte, 2 mana, 2/1. Comes in play, draw a card. Maybe. Orcish Hellraiser for sure. Rakdos Headliner, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I think Acridian and Albino Troll are probably the top end. But yeah. Uh, but yeah, Flamecore Elemental, not worth it. Basalt Gargoyle. Um, as opposed to Granite Gargoyle. 1 red plus 2, 2/2 flyer. Pay a red to give it +0/+1 till end of turn. 1 red plus 2 for a 3/2 flyer. Pay a red +0/+1 till end of turn. Echo cost of red plus 2. You are paying an echo cost because it's a 3/2 instead of a 2/2. Realistically, 98% of the time, you're paying this echo cost once. I'd probably be okay with that. This might, this might be the top end of it. And if I'm playing Gargoyle Tribal, I'm probably running it anyway. Tectonic Fiend, 6 mana for 7/7 with Echo that has to attack each combat of Fable. Again, no. It costs too much for what. If I can bypass this Echo cost somehow, maybe, but no. Flowstone Chandler. Red plus 2 for a 2/2 human spell shaper. Red plus 1, tap and discard a card. Again, back to what spell shapers do. They will take the card in your hand and you're paying some cost tap and having it emulate a spell. And Flowstone Strike is what we're looking at here. Red plus 1, instant. Target creature gets +1/-1, gains haste till end of turn. Target creature gets +1/-1, gains haste till end of turn. You are looking at Flowstone Strike. Because it's +1/-1. Cool, I'm giving a creature haste till end of turn. It's getting +1 power. Cool, it's going to get in for extra damage. It's got -1 toughness. Oh. Okay, I'm just going to pitch this card and kill that, kill that Goblin token or whatever. I mean, Flowstone Chandler, this can end up, this is going to be a lot more flexible than people give it credit for. Be prepared to find ways to draw extra cards somehow. If you're playing mono red, I recommend a card like Splinter Twin in combination with, let's say, Humble Defector. And that can regularly draw you extra cards every turn. Ironclaw Buzzard Ears. Compare Ironclaw Works, which were 1 red plus 1, can't block creatures power 2 or greater. Can't block creatures power 2 or greater. So 2/2, you're paying 1 extra mana to give it flying, for pay red, give it flying till end of turn. which it takes off a Goblin Balloon Brigade. It's literally crossing Goblin Balloon Brigade. I wonder. Yeah. Yeah, it's crossing. It's taking Ironclaw Orcs, which are going to be bigger than goblins, putting it on a bigger bird and going, hey, by the way, flying. Yeah, Orc Tribal, go ahead. Subterranean Shambler. I like this card. When this creature enters or leaves the battlefield, 1 damage to each creature without flying. Like, okay, fine. Pay the echo cost once, and then do some kind of like Splinter Twin shenanigans on it, and you're doing 2 damage every turn to stuff that's got, stuff that doesn't fly. Okay. Thick-Skinned Goblin. 2 mana for a 2/1. Pay red to give it protection from red till end of turn. But your echo cost can be completely zeroed out. And suddenly that makes a lot of these cards a lot more palatable. Keeper Kukas. Wanted. Thick-Skinned Goblin for guarding mean old Kukas. Must like fires. Must heal quickly. Wanted. Thick-Skinned Goblin. Name. Thick-Skinned Goblin. Red. This creature gains protection from red till end of turn. Red. This creature gains protection from red till end of turn. Where's... And Kukas did not get any flavor text. Aw. Oh, yes. The shaman of the tribe is responsible for keeping track of all its treasures, including angry pets and cursed lamps of fiery doom. Well, Kukas is a gene. Kukas is a djinn, aka the genie of the lamp. Yeah. Cursed lamps of fiery doom? Have you seen what Kukas looks like? Yeah. To be fair, Kukas is a card I would probably play anyway, even if I didn't have any Keeper Kukas. But yeah, Thick-Skinned Goblin, just the fact that you can pay red to give it pro red till end of turn on a 2/1 for 2 is not bad. And it's a goblin, which of course you add on all of the goblin synergies you can come up with. Blazing Blade of Skari. 1 red plus 2. For 2/2 with flanking. 2: this creature becomes colorless till end of turn. That is... Oops. Ancient Kavu is what I was thinking of. Oh! No, Raging Spirit got it first. To be fair, you get it from both. They're literally 4 mana, 3 3s. So 3 mana for a 2/2 would make sense. 2: this creature becomes colorless till end of turn. And yeah. Let's see here. O: flanking, ID equal red, not reprint. Burning Shield of Skari. That's what I was thinking. Bring Shield of Scurry is where it would get its name from as well. Same mana cost, same size. And again, you're playing Night Tribal. This combination is going to do a lot, especially when your opponent turns around and goes, cool, I got protection from red till end of turn. Pay 2, okay, it doesn't have a color now. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, you're playing Knights. Consider it. Fiashino Blade Scout. 2 red plus 1 for a 2/1 with flash. When it enters, target creature gains first strike till end of turn. So you can have a flash 2/1 creature with first strike. Or you can go flash. That's now got first strike till end of turn. And either way that you play it is not a terrible option. I am kind of sad though that they took the Viashinos and turned them into lizards. Really wish they hadn't, but it is what it is. So if you're playing a lizard tribal, I guess if you still want to go old school and call them Viashino, hilariously, they're scouts, they're not rogues. But I guess scouts and rogues have different purposes. I would build this as Viashino though, I think. Pardon me. Then you get Bogardan Rage, here's the next card. 6 mana for a 3/4. Also a flash. When it enters, target creature gets +4/+0 till end of turn. Which means you can have a surprise 7/4 blocker, which will kill most things. On the ground anyway. As for the Blade Scout, yeah, I think I would tend to play him more as a combat trick. Suddenly giving first strike to something that didn't have first strike can just ruin opponent's day. You ideally, I think this is the kind of card where I want to be able to return it back to hand regularly. And this is the kind of card where it's okay to do it, but I'd be just as happy just going, hey, by the way, 7/4 flash. I would probably play them differently. And as a result, I'd probably put them in different decks. Goblin Skycutter. Oh, this is basically doing Earthbind. 1 red plus 1 for a 2/1 Goblin Warrior. Sack to deal 2 damage to target creature with flying. That creature loses flying till end of turn. He takes out his Sphere of Heights on anything above his head. Earthbind. When enters, if enchant creature has flying, Earthbind deals 2 damage to that creature, and Earthbind gains enchanted creature loses flying. I think Vertigo also does that. 2 damage to target creature with flying, that creature loses flying till end of turn. Probably a little closer to what we're looking for. Yeah, his Sphere of Heights, yeah. I think we're looking at Vertigo there as the more direct reference. That being said, being able to look at a dragon, go, okay, it's taking 2 damage. Okay, fine, I'm a 6/6. But you lose flying till end of turn. What? Yeah, you're down here now. Now I'll block it with this 4 power first strike creature. Wait, what? No big deal. Um, yeah. No, Goblin Skycutter. Again, there's uses for it. Play it like honestly, I would play this in a deck that's got, Goblin synergies going on, and just have it as a card that people forget is an act. There are a lot of times when people miss onboard tricks. You're hoping that at some point this ends up being one of them. Magus of the Scroll. Referencing her scroll. Let's go back to Tempest. One colorless. Artifact. 3 tap. Choose a card name. Then reveal a card at random from your hand. If the card has a chosen name, Curse Scroll deals 2 damage to your target. The way you play this realistically is when there's only one card name. Like, this is how you would want to play it, is when there's only one card name left in your hand. So if I've got, let's say, 5 cards in hand, and they're all Dragon's Approach, or they're all Basic Mountain, or whatever. And your opponent goes, okay, well, you have to, reveal at random. Okay, which one you want me to reveal? And they go, that one. Okay. And you turn it over, and it's, if they're all Dragon's Approach, they name whatever you reveal is the Dragon's Approach, or you name Mountain, and they're all Mountain. 2 damage to any target. You choose the target before you go through the rest of it. You're going, I'm going to be targeting that thing. Okay. And then you go through the rest of this. Magus of the Scroll. Exact same thing. On a 1/1 that costs a single red to cast. Again, exact same card otherwise. So yeah, if this is good if you can deal consistent damage. And the simplest way to do it is when you've got like one card left in hand, and which is again how it was commonly played. And you go, hey, I name Thassa, God of the Sea. Oh look, I've got one card left in my hand. It's Thassa, God of the Sea. That's taking 2. So if you're looking for constant sources of small damage, then yeah, Magus of the Scroll would be the sort of thing that you want. Green cards. Duskwood Tracker. Dirkwood Tracker. Going back to the card originally simply called Tracker, I believe. 1 green plus 2 for a 2/2. Deals damage equal to its power to target creature, and then that creature deals its power back to the tracker. Damage equal to its power to target attacking creature. That creature deals damage equal to its power to Dirkwood Tracker. Same idea. The difference is that like Tracker itself was a 3 mana 2/2 human. This is a 5 mana 4/3 giant, which feels about right-ish. Slightly easier activation cost. Yeah, that outfit looks about right-ish. It only affects attacking creatures. And it's got if this is on the battlefield. If this is still on the battlefield before. Yeah. Huh. Weird. I seem to remember seeing that kind of wording before, but I don't see it now. Oh well. But yeah. So this is going to, and the thing is, this is also going to kill a lot of creatures before the creature gets, like, you can use this for killing creatures before blockers are declared. I Yeah, if you're looking for, like, if you want to build a deck that's got green in it that's dealing damage directly to creatures, then this is, it's an option. Um, this is where I still got to finish this list off. Um, I'm probably going to change up some of this, but this is generally the kind of deck that I'm looking for. And yeah, I'm sitting here and trying to burninate my opponent's face off in green. Not easily. But yeah, Dirkwood Tracker. If I'm looking to build a deck like this with, fight type shenanigans going on, then maybe. Herdnar. This is okay. Oh, no. Sorry. I'm mixing this up. 1 green plus 3 for a 2/2, which sounds pretty meh. But whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Step 1. Find a way to give your creatures haste. More than anything, find a way to give your creatures haste. I would like him to have trample. Not necessarily, but I'd like him to have trample. Step 2. Play any card that spits out multiple tokens. Oh, what do you call it? I can't remember what. Oh, Fist of Ironwood, for example, which is perfect to put on Herdnar. A. Enchant creature has trample. B. When it centers, you make 2 saplings. So it's a 2/2. Now it's a 2/2 with trample. 4/4, 6/6. I'm attacking with a 6/6 trample now. And if you've got any way to keep generating multiple creatures, whatchamacallit, Night Soil, eating graveyards and making saplings, scatter the seeds. Making 3 saplings at once, etc., etc., etc. Any way that, or creatures that when they come into play, hey, by the way, when I enter, create a creature token. So, yeah, Herdnar can get kind of silly kind of quickly. Scarwood Treefolk, 4 mana for 3/5 enters tapped. Uh, Basically trying to be Ironwood Treefolk, but you know, I think it's 1 less mana for 1 less power and enters tapped. With the aesthetic for like, Scarwood stuff from the Dark. So, Herdnar, yeah, I'd probably play. Scarwood Treefolk, I might play in Treefolk Tribal. Spike Tiller, going back to the spikes of, I think it was Exodus era. Enters with 3/1 counters. Pay 2 and remove a counter from this creature. Put a +1 counter on target creature. This is the interesting one. Pay 2 and remove a +1 counter from Spike Tiller. Target land becomes a 2/2 creature that's still a land. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. If you are looking to animate your lands, you play this and then you have a way to recur it. And that can, because every time you do this, you have like three, you go through this 3 times. You have 3/3 creatures, assuming no other shenanigans. Assuming no doubling season or the like. Spectral Force. 5 mana for an 8/8 trample. Whenever this creature attacks, if defending player controls no black permanents, doesn't untap during your next untap step. Option number 1, give it vigilance. Option number 2, make sure an opponent's got a black permanent of some sort. You can either attack, like if you're lucky, 2 people at the table are playing black. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm probably not attacking you with this anytime soon. But I can attack these guys freely. Or you go, hey, by the way, you give them a black creature, a black token, a black permanent of some sort. God damn it. Really hate it when I've got an itch in my ear. But yeah, realistically, most games you should have at least one person you can reasonably attack with this. And again, if you have vigilance or some other way to untap it, don't worry. Snake Asp. Oh yeah, and obviously Spectral Force is you're combining force of nature which was an 8/8 trample that had an upkeep cost of quad green, or it dealt 8 damage to you. Well, for 6 mana. Now you're paying 1 less mana for an 8/8. But you've also got Spectral Bears. Stop Bears. Bears. When this creature attacks, if the defending player controls no non-black permanent, non-token permanents, so non-black cards, it doesn't untap during your next untap step. If defending player controls no black permanents, basically same size as Force of Nature, with the lack of the lack of untapping ability of Spectral Bears. Glass Asp, I have this in my mono green burn deck, I think. Where are you here? Yep. I have that in here because I am trying to play green and burn out my opponents playing green, and that is hard. But this obviously now references now SASP. 1 green for 1/1 deals damage to a player. They lose 1 life at the beginning of the next draw step, unless they pay 1 mana before then. 2 green plus 1 for 2/1 deals combat damage to a player. Now SAS just like damage. They lose 2 life at the beginning of their next draw step unless they pay 2 before then. So they're only going to take the extra damage once. But, yeah, I'm looking to burninate my opponent. That's the kind of deck I'm playing. That's where Glass Asp fits. Are you trying to make your opponents, spend extra? Like, there's a few different ways you can play this. You could throw this into a what's the deck? Like a Death and Taxes kind of deck, where you basically have to keep, where you're basically making them have to pay more and more and more every turn to be able to do stuff, or suffer some kind of consequences. So that's also an option. Chameleon Blur. 1 green, 3 other instant. Prevent all damage that creatures would deal to players this turn. So you can look at this as fog, but I will point out this is more than fog. Prevent all damage that creatures would deal to players this turn. This would include cards like Crypt Rats, for example. Black plus 2 for 1/1. X colon, this creature deals X damage to each creature and each player. Spend only black mana on X. But that's a creature that's going to deal damage to players. Chameleon Blur says, oh, guess what? The players aren't going to take damage from that. The creatures still will. But yeah, you want some. If you're playing a Turbo Fog deck, don't sleep on Chameleon Blur. Haven Woodworm is basically what do you call it? Siege Worm. 2 green, 5 other for 5/5 with Convoke and Trample. So 7 mana for 5/5 with Convoke and Trample. Or sorry. 7 mana? Yeah, 7 mana for 5/5 with Convoke and Trample. 7 mana for 5/6 with Flash and Trample. You need a big trampler. It is a big trampler. You can do better nowadays. Colossus Dreadmaw is a 6/6 trample. Doesn't have flash though. So depending on what you're looking for, this might be, if you're looking for the flash threat, you might want this instead. And I will be right back after this commercial break. I will pull up on your OBs first. And I will share stream for a moment. Please hold. That's better. Alright, so on your OBs, surprise, surprise, also going into this mono green burn deck. Uh, so on Euro Beast, on Euro Bees itself, referencing two different cards. This is 3 green for 0/1 with flying. Pay green, give it +1/+1 till end of turn, or pay green +3 and sack it, 2 damage to any target. On your, or sorry, the first part being a Killer Beast, a 3 mana 0/1 flying with pay green, give it +1/+1 till end of turn. And on your Beasting, 1 green +3 sorcery, 2 damage to any target. 1 green +3, sack this creature, 2 damage to any target. Slightly harder to cast than Killer Bees, but not by a lot. But yeah, again, going into the same deck because it's also direct damage to, ideally, to an opponent. Plus, just the fact that it can give, if I'm casting it for triple green, that means I can swing with it on any given turn as a 3/4 flyer because it's triple green to cast. I should be able to produce triple green at any other time. Once it's out, etc. Yeah. Again, mono green burn, you want to put it in there. Nantuko Shaman. 1 green, 2 other for a 3/2. You don't really want to suspend this one. You can if you have to, but you don't really want to because it's a green more than its normal cost. And suspend 1, which means you're only going to wait until the next turn. So this is like, I'm going to spend the mana now, so I have my lands untapped next turn. But when it enters, if you control no tapped lands, draw a card. So, if you're able to cast this off of non-land sources, if you're able to cast this off of non-land sources, so for example, Llanowar Elves, Fyndhorn Elves, Elvish Mystic, and then cast this, or before it's, well, no, you'd have to do it that way because it's got what's called an intervening if clause. If you control any tap lands immediately. Yeah, okay. So, because it's got what's called an intervening if clause, when blah, if blah, do X. If the if clause in the, that's in the middle, intervening between the when and do X. If that's not true when the ability goes to trigger, you get nothing. You don't do the bit at the end. You don't even look at it. It doesn't exist. If it's true, then, and then before the ability goes to resolve is not true anymore, then you don't do the thing at the end. But it has triggered, it does go on the stack, etc., etc. So you have to check this before and after because of that if bit in the middle. Now, if you're able to cast this with nothing else, if you're able to cast this without using lands, cool. Comes into play, you'll draw a card, then you can tap your lands for stuff. But this explains why it's 4 mana and suspend 1. I cast it, I pay the mana now, and then on my next untap step, it'll come into play, I can cast it, then I'll get a 3/2 and I'll draw a card for it. And then the draw steps that you'll get will actually be the second card that you draw for a turn. Just point of order. I would actually be kind of interested to see what a Cantrip City deck in mono green would look like. I think I want to try and sketch out mono white and mono green. And if you're wondering what I mean by that, basically, Take Me Down Cantrip City is, it's my mono blue commons only deck, where as many cards as possible say something about draw a card, or give me some kind of payoff for drawing cards, or something. And even most of my mana rocks draw me cards, and some of my lands have got cycling or whatever, and etc. Yeah, the entire thing is literally based around drawing cards. So I'd like to see what it would look out in white and green. But yeah, Nantuko Shaman. If you're building around that, great. It's an okay card in most decks, but I think it really wants to be one of those cards that's like in a deck that's constantly drawing cards. Pendelhaven Elder, obviously referencing Pendelhaven itself, originally from Legends. Legendary land, tap for green, or tap target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 till end of turn. Pendelhaven Elder, 2 mana 1/1. Tap each 1/1 creature you control gets +1/+1 till +1/+2 till end of turn. Probably should grab a copy for my elves deck because there's gonna be a lot of 1/1 elves. Yeah, you're playing elves. If you want something that's lord-ish and you need another lord, Pendelhaven Elves should be on your shopping list. Dirkwood Baloth. I think it's Dirkwood Boar. Yeah, Dirkwood Boars. 5 mana for 4/4 with no abilities. Dirkwood Baloth. 1 extra green for an extra point of power and an extra point of toughness. Or pay green and suspend 5. 6 mana, 6 mana. 6 mana here. Slightly harder to cast because instead of being green +5, it's double green +4, but green +5 turns. but it doesn't do anything. So if you're just looking for a cheap creature that you can drop now, uh, yeah, if you're looking for something that you can drop now, that you can cast now and actually get the creature out later. But for something like that, I would much rather have like a delve creature like Hooting Mandrills or something like that. Stuff with a multicolor color identity. There are 9. Blue gets 2, green gets 3, white and black get 1 each, red gets 2. Stormcloud Djinn. Um, in Magic's Middle Ages, like around Ursa Black era, it was not unheard of for blue creatures with flying to have a drawback of, it can only block flying. As fickle as lightning, as slippery as an eel. Eel. uh, date less than ice. And name eel. Thank you, Electric Eel. 1 blue for 1/1. When it enters, deals 1 damage to you. Relevantly, 2 red : +2/+0 till end of turn and 1 damage to you. 2 red, +2/+0 till end of turn, 1 damage to you. And then Stormcloud. Stormcloud's nope. I wonder where the Djinn came from. Stormcloud Djinn. It's not Stormcrow. ID equal blue. Mana value equal 5. Mana 4. Power equals 3. Toughness equals 3. Flying. Date. Then Rav. Stormcloud Djinn. Yeah, nothing clicks. I don't know, maybe it's something else I'm looking at. Anyway, but yeah, it's okay. This is basically the kind of card that you play in a deck that's heavily red with some blue. Wormwood Dryad. Referencing Wormwood Treefolk. 2 green +3 for 4/4. Pay either 2 green or 2 black. The Treefolk deals 2 damage to you and gets either Forest Walk if you paid green or Swamp Walk if you paid red. If you paid black. This is a 3/1 for 3 that deals 1 damage to you and gets either Swamp Walk or Forest Walk if you paid green. Swamp Walk if you paid black, Forest Walk if you paid green. And you get a 3 mana 3/1 that's basically pay 1 mana, hard to block, and deals 1 damage to you. Again, and because green and black are as popular as they are in Commander, this ends up being really good. Sure, I take a point of damage, but you're taking 3. Strangling Soot. 1 black, 2 other instant. Flashback red +5. Destroy target creature toughness 3 or less. All that needs to be done to prevent this from working is some kind of buff. Something like a giant growth effect. Some kind of giant growth effect uh, will basically stop it from, oh great, you're not a legal target anymore. Because toughness 3 or less, well, giant growth itself gives +3/+3, so 3 toughness added on to something that's at least 1. Cool. Yeah, don't bother. You can find better cards. Throw the Hunt. This is kind of giant growth split in half. Green to give +1/+2 till end of turn. Flashback of white. What this allows you to do is basically you take a giant growth, you split it in half, and then you can send half to one creature and half to the other. So this is probably the fairest split for. I could see an argument either way, but I think +1/+2 is probably the fairest split. It's fine. Thelen of Havenwood. Thank you. So, Thelen of Havenwood. I I don't see specific. Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, there are references to Thelen, and there are references to Havenwood, but this doesn't feel like it actually fits like anything Selenite. Selenite, Druid turns lands into creatures. Selenite Hermit, which is also in Time Spiral, cares about saplings. Selenite Monk turns lands into force. Selenite Chant deals damage to players unless, when Swamp Center. Thelen's Cursed stops blue creatures from untapping. So the closest I'm seeing is Selenite Hermit, but again, that's also during Time Spiral. So, that being said, I mean, if you are looking for a fungus deck, each fungus creature gets a +1 for each spore counter on it. So now you start looking at your various phthalates, like even just, the OG phthalate. I like this one. 1 green for a 1/1. Being of your upkeep, put a spore counter on it. Remove 3 spore counters, make a sapling. And it's a fungus. And then pay green plus black and exile fungus for a graveyard. Put a spore counter on each fungus on the battlefield. So this is basically a lord for playing with salads. But I mean, that's an awkward deck to build. It's not impossible, but that's an awkward deck to build. Mystical Teachings. This was actually at one point a really big deck in Standard, and I think Modern as well. Oh, it's in Foundations, which means it's now in Standard again. Part of what made Mystical Teachings such a big deal was it was an instant that let you tutor for either an instant or a card with flash, which is 2 big categories in and of themselves, and put the card in your hand. And you could cast it again later. So it was not unheard of, once you had a reasonable amount of control of the game, to go, I'm going to Teachings for Teachings, and then I'm going to Teachings for Teachings, and go down the chain. And then at some point, you're going to go and spend one of the teachings that's now in your graveyard, and spend that on, a removal spell or a counter spell or some kind of flash threat or something. And, yeah, that's what people would do. But also depending on the game being kind of on the slower side. You might not have as much time to do that in Standard now. But 4 mana to tutor up. Basically, anything that's not a land or because if you're playing with Mystical Teachings, a lot of your deck is going to be instants or have flash. So, 4 mana, tutor up anything that's not a land or. So basically, any of roughly half your deck. And then flash it back again later for 6. It's pretty good in Commander still, because even though you may only have, let's say, 15 or 20 cards in your deck that fit that, the fact that it's 1 card and it can let you get 2 things is actually pretty good, and you can split it up. So it's not unreasonable. Sedge Sliver. Sedge Sliver goes back to Sedge Troll. So, man, I don't get why my internet is so slow right now. Unless it's just, the internet. period. But yeah, Sedge Troll, 1 red plus 2 for a 2/2. Gets +1/+1 as long as it controls Swamp and black to regenerate. Said Sliver is red plus 2 for a 2/2. That gives all Sliver creatures +1/+1 as long as you control Swamp. And Slivers have pay black, regenerate. So basically, it takes Sedge Troll and gives those abilities to all Slivers, including itself. Chances are, most of the time, this is going to be a 3/3 with black to regenerate. Yeah, if you're playing Slivers, you play this. A lot of people completely sleep on regeneration being a thing in Commander. And so stuff like Day of Judgment or Supreme Verdict sees a lot of play because, the can't be regenerated clause from Wrath of God and Damnation are just so much less important. And so don't be afraid to add creatures that can regenerate to your decks. Or cards like, I think it's Renet. Is it Renet I'm thinking of? No, regenerate target permanent. Golgari Charm does what I'm looking for. Dark Dabbling, if you've got Spell Mastery, works. Rapid Vigor. Rapid Vigor is the card I keep thinking of. Regenerate each creature you control for 2 mana. Wow, well then, there are 2 black cards that can just go, hey, by the way, regenerate each creature you control. And they both are 3 mana instants. That's hilarious. But yeah, don't be afraid to throw some regeneration in your deck because so many people forget that regeneration's even a thing. It just doesn't come up that much. Ancient Grudge. Excuse you? Thank you. 2 mana, instant, destroy target artifact, flashback a green. Goes back to Shatter. 1 red, +1, instant, destroy target artifact. 1 red +1, instant, destroy target artifact. Flashback for a green. The closest I can think of for back then was Crumble, which was green, destroy target artifact. It can't be regenerated. That artifact's controller gains life equal to its mana value. So, kind of similar flashback to, so it's kind of Crumble as the flashback and Shatter as the base. And has seen play in at least used, I don't know if it still does, but I know it used to see some vintage play. Because being able to mill it in, say, dredge decks and still be able to flash it back was kind of a big deal. And then Momentary Blink. There's a reason we call this kind of ability Flicker. We also call it Blink. This is the reason why you call it Blink. 1 white +1, instant. Exile target creature you control. Then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Flashback, blue +3. Again, similar to how Mystical Teachings is. being able to search for a thing and then flash it back later. Momentary blink, you can, flicker a thing and then flash it back later. Yes, obvious comment is obvious, but compared to other stuff that has got flashback, momentary blink being able to reuse, something that's got to come into play that draws cards, or something that comes into play and blows up a thing, or comes into play and, makes an extra body, etc., etc. Uh, ends up being really strong. Stuff that actually is multicolored. Dementia Sliver is. Are you Gwendolyn? No. Nebuchadnezzar? Choose a card name. Target opponent reveals X cards at random from their hand. That player discards all cards with the name revealed this way. Activate. Target opponent reveals. If the card has a chosen name. Yeah, okay. So Nebuchadnezzar from Chronicles, originally from Legends. 1 black, 1 blue, plus 3 for a 3/3. 1 black, 1 blue, plus 3 for a 3/3. X tap, choose a card name. Target opponent reveals X cards at random from their hand. So let's assume X equal 1. Then they reveal a card at random from hand. Then that player discards all cards with the name revealed this way. So if the card is the revealed name, they discard it. Activate only during your turn. Choose a card name. Target opponent reveals a card at random from their hand. If the card has the chosen name, that player discards it. If the card has the chosen name, that player, discards all cards with that name. Activate only during your turn. This is literally doing Nebuchadnezzar for X equal 1 and giving the ability to all slivers. Dementia Sliver's one of those cards where it's to make Dementia Sliver work well, you need to be able to keep track of what kind of cards your opponents have. But here's the thing. This is also the 3-card Monty problem. This is unlike Nebuchadnezzar, where you can just, if they've got 5 cards in hand, you can do X equal 5 and then go, okay, show me all the 5 cards in your hand. By the way, I'm naming Pikachu. Cool. Discard all cards in your hand named Pikachu. Dementia Sliver, it's very much a 3-card Monty problem because it's only going to be 1 card at a time. And even if you activate it 5 times, you may end up only picking up this, like you may only hit the same card all 5 times. So I'm not as excited for Dementia Sliver as I would be for a lot of these other ones. Mishra Artificer Prodigy used to be a Grixis artifact card. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may search your graveyard, hand, or library for a card with the same name as that spell and put it onto the battlefield. if you search your library this way, shuffle, um, people were looking at this for like, an artifact deck. The problem is there's not really many cards. I don't know of any artifacts that you can play any number of. Myco, Mycocenthalatus. What do you actually say? All permanents are artifacts. Everything else is colorless. So what's the... So biotransference would work for casting. Biotransference would work for casting creatures. So biotransference in a Mishra deck would make all your creatures into artifacts, which means that you could then run, like say, Relentless Rats. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, yeah. So there's currently no artifacts that you can run any number of copies of. So this isn't going to work as well in Commander. Like its ability. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, no, that's still not going to work. Yeah, you'd have to you'd have to go through some hoops to make it work. Stonebrow Croson Hero. I did an article some time ago on WordPress, and this is probably over 10 years ago now. I was trying to come up with a budget deck for... I was trying to build a deck on a budget for like under 25 US. And he was my general, because I figured if I'm if I want a budget deck, 2 colors is probably the best way to go. 2 allied colors at that point gave me the best mana fixing available. So then I'm looking at like 2 allied colors. You didn't get as many, because here's the thing. Nowadays, when they're making lands, they tend to give you all 10 color pairs at the same time. At that point, it was common for them to either give, all 5 allied colors, or less commonly, all 5 enemy color pairs. Allied gave you more options, so you could get more, so you had more options on what lands to run at that point. So then I looked at, okay, what are the allied color pairs? How much overlapping capability is there? What kind of cards am I likely to be running? And so I had to go through the cycle. Well, white blue is a very, is going to be more of a controlling deck. Maybe flyers, eh. But the spot removal, I'd have to be relying on white, and white, basically, apart from Swords to Plowshares, Path of Exile, I don't think existed. No, Path of Exile existed by the time I was doing this, but it was still not cheap. You'd basically be looking at like Swords, like, because Path at that point was like $10 or something. It hadn't had its plethora of reprints yet. And so what I was looking at was, white, blue. Okay, that's that. I don't want that right now. I want something just not that. White, blue for actual removal. You're looking at Swords and Plowshares and Oblivion Ring as relatively inexpensive options, and I think Swords was still like $3 or something like that. So your options for removal weren't great. Blue and black, again, getting rid of creatures was easier because black had its plethora of removal spells by then. I don't think we'd hit across murder by that point, but we had, like, this was still during the phase when black could still get, not unreasonably, it could get, um, land destruction. But it didn't feel like it fit. Black and red, I felt that they were basically too similar to each other. Um, this card deals 2 damage to target creature or player versus this card deals, you know, gives target creature -2/-2 to land a turn. Sort of idea. um, Black and red just they both they both deal with creatures really well. They both deal with lands really well. Uh, Red is really strong at dealing with artifacts. Like, what's the reason for me to run black over? You know, why am I running black in a deck like this? The big reason is to draw extra cards, and that's about it. Um, Green and white. Yeah, I'll come back to red green in a sec. Green and white had a similar problem, and even more so because they felt very close to each other. I feel green and white are closer to each other than red and black were. And if I already had problems with saying yes to red black, then white green was a no go. In fact, when you start taking a look at some of the cards that are produced as white green hybrid, you can go, where does the white start and the green stop, or where does the green start and the white stops? They even have a disenchant slash naturalized variant. It's literally, you know, 1 Celestia +1 instant, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Because they both get that card. One gets it in green, one gets it in white. So then I got to red-green. And red-green had the ability to kill lands, artifacts, enchantments, creatures. So basically, your 4 big permanent types. Damn it. It had big healthy creatures. It had acceleration. Because the thing is, when you're playing on a budget, you have to remember a lot of the cards you're going to be playing with are going to be common or uncommon. The lower your budget is, the more true this is going to be. So I decided red-green was my best color combination. Well, what did I have for legendary creatures at that point? A decent number, but they were either really expensive or they didn't do anything. And I looked at what Stonebrow did, and it's like it's a 5 mana for 4/4 trample, which is fine, with an ability that will occasionally kick in. Okay, it doesn't look amazing, but it's a reasonable starting point. So I start off with Stonebrow as my general. And then I started looking. I think the biggest problem I ran into was trying to find mass removal. And I found some. And then I just wanted, like, actually, whoops. That will explain it. 2013, December 2013. 3 days before the end of the year. So, restricted it to legends that were 50 cents or less, which gave me, which brought me down to 19 legends. And that was before I decided specifically what color scheme to go with. So I spent $4 on the mana base, like $4 on the mana base, 11 non-basics, including Ghost Quarter, plus 25 basics, so 36 lands. How many mana rocks were there? Pardon me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 mana rocks, so 44 mana slots. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces of mass removal. Flame Wave being a big deal. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards to make sure I can give my stuff trample. And the big reason for that was because, well, Stonebrow's ability wants you to have creatures with trample. Triumph of the Hordes is not 65 cents anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, the original print is almost 12 bucks. 6 more cards to fetch lands. And again, I wasn't, at that point, I wasn't running cards like Rampant Growth. I was running cards that that had the appropriate land cycling ability. Um, 3 slots to get extra combat phases. Seize the Day was another card that's... Yeah. The cheapest print's like 12 bucks. And that was 60 cents back then. If I'm reading that right. Yep. 15 slots of spot removal. Including some of my favorites like Pillage, Wreak Havoc, Fisher, Desert Twister, Creeping Mold. As many cards as I reasonably could that were fairly flexible without breaking the bank. 3 cards to turn around and exile stuff from the graveyard, including stuff like Night Soil. 9 cards literally just to be big threats. And then just some extra random stuff on top of that. But again, that list started off because I had Stonebrow Krosan Hero available as a general, and I'm like, I wasn't looking to build a Stonebrow deck per se. I was looking for a cheap general, and I can probably do better now. For a budget deck, you know, cheap deck for a budget, a cheap general for a budget deck. You know, I was looking at a budget of like 25 US. Since then, we've had enough other lands of different rarities come out that it's reasonable to build a 3-color deck with a reasonable and inexpensive mana base. so that you can add the cards that you want to add. But at that point, I did not feel comfortable trying to go 3 colors. Nowadays I can do that. In fact, if you go to my deck list here, right down at the bottom, one of my options is a $15 mill deck, which last I checked is 17 now. Yeah, $16.95 minus, you know, a buck for basic lands. Where's my basics? 14. Yeah, they're adding like a buck and a half. What, $1.62 for my basic lands. So minus $1.62. 16, 15, 33. Yeah, that sounds about right. To turn around and just, hey, look, I have, here's a deck that I can put together for like 15 USD. And it's 3 colors, and it does some pretty naughty stuff. Stonebrow was a pretty straightforward, hey, blow stuff up, attack with tramplers, etc., etc. A fairly straightforward beatdown kind of deck. So, for what I was going for at the time, it was fine. I think there's better options now. That being said, it's still only 35 cents, so if you ever plan on trying to revisit the option, go ahead. Let me know how it turns out. Ghost Flame Sliver. All slivers are colorless. Referencing. Excuse you. Oh no. Yeah, because Ghost Flame Sliver was red and black. All slivers are colorless. Ghostly Flame, black and or red permanents and spells are considered colorless sources of damage. Same, it's similar. Is the reference there? It's not quite the same there, but it's similar enough. This is one that I think if I'm playing slivers, if I am looking for, no, I would be okay running this if I'm playing slivers, because every so often you're going to have somebody playing a card like Mother of Runes or something like that, and just being able to go, hey, by the way, all my stuff's colorless now, makes things a lot more difficult to deal with. If Hierarchanist, you're better off suspending this. You save yourself a mana, and it's a 3/5 vigilance with basically Maze of Ith. Untap target, so copy. Untap target attacking creature, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and dealt by that creature this turn. So, not quite, but almost. untap target attacking creature and remove it from combat. It's very similar to it. But yeah, Maze of Ith, this is literally a 3/5 vigilance with tap Maze of Ith. And so if you want Maze of Ith in your command zone, there he is. Drowning Lich Lord, really hard to make work well. So the fun, scary part from your own point of view is that he's got a tap ability to give an instant or sorcery in your graveyard flashback till end of turn. Much like how Snapcaster Mage and similar cards do. The problem is, if damage would be dealt to Drownu, sacrifice that many permanents instead. At some point, you're going to have to sacrifice Drownu because you can't sacrifice anything else. But maybe you can make use of that. Or you have that with an effect like oh man, this is one of those times when you would actually want to put pacifism on your own creature. That's hilarious. What? Well, he can't attack or block, and then you've got a Chroma's Memorial out, which would give him protection from red and black, which are the two colors most likely to try and deal damage to stuff. So there's a way to make it work. It's not easy, but there's a way. It's just going to take some negotiating. Opaline Sliver. I don't know where the reference for this specifically is, but whenever your opponents try and target your slivers, you draw cards. Whenever a permanent Rain Academy Chancellor? Really? Whenever you or a permanent you control becomes target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. You may draw an additional card if Rain is enchanted. Huh. Weird. Whenever this permanent becomes target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, becomes the target of a spell with an ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Yeah, it's literally Rain Academy Chancellor's ability. Except it only affects the slivers, doesn't affect you, but still. Interesting. If I'm playing slivers, Opaline Sliver is probably a sliver I'm interested in playing. Fireworks Sliver? No, I thought there was Fireworks Sliver. Oh, no. No, Fires of Yavimaya. Fires of Yavimaya. There we go. Red plus green plus 1. Creatures you control have haste. Sacrifice this enchantment. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Green plus red. Green plus red +1. Slivers have haste. Slivers have pay 1. Sack this permanent. Target sliver creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. This is Fires of Yavimaya. Yep. Referencing Fires of Yavimaya, which was a big deck during Invasion Block era. I can't remember if it was Masks Invasion or Invasion Odyssey, but it was a big deck at that point. And yeah, if you're like, just giving all slivers haste is a big deal. Even if you never touch this bottom section, giving all slivers haste is a really big deal. Safi Eric's daughter. I don't remember specifically how it works, but I do know there's a combo that involves Safi Eric's daughter, and basically infinitely sacrificing Safi and whatever, and just keep getting them both back, and combine that with, because you get infinite sacks and infinite coming to play, you get infinite triggers for other stuff that cares about them. Scion of the Ur Dragon, we all know about. 5 mana, Legendary Dragon lets you play all your dragons. Pay 2 and search your library for a dragon and put it in the graveyard it. So basically, pay 2, entomb a dragon, and then the Scion becomes a copy of that till end of turn. We all know about that. Harmonic Sliver. When slivers enter, disenchant / naturalize. Kervek the Merciless. Seven mana, red plus black +5. For 5/4. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, Kervek deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. Who chooses the target? You do? Kervek deals damage to that spell. I think you choose the target. I think. Do you actually tell me? No, you don't. But yeah. Alright. 21 artifacts. Candles of Lang. You can build around this. 2 to cast, 4 tap, reveal the top card of your library. If it's the same name as the card in your graveyard, put it in your graveyard, otherwise draw a card. Honestly, this, for the most part, this is going to basically be a less efficient arcane encyclopedia. and a slightly worse Giant Tome. um, your your big reason for playing this would be if you're actually trying to mill yourself, but then again, why not just play Millstone? Assembly Worker. I do have it in a couple of my Collins only decks just because I happen to run enough other assembly workers. You know, there's 8 assembly workers. Um, Foundry Assembler has got Improvise, so you can cast it without actually tapping lands. Mine Power Plant and Tower Workers. And Self-Assembler, which lets you search up any other assembly worker. So assembly worker being able to pump them is kind of nice. Dutiful Replicator, I don't really end up... Well, no, Dutiful Replicator I could probably build. Or not build, I could probably run that because I'll probably end up with enough tokens, treasure tokens, you know, random 1/1s, whatever. So, assembly worker, in and of itself, I can probably, like, there are uses for it. It's just, um, again, it does say target assembly worker, so it doesn't have to be itself. It just happens to also have the same name as its creature type. But it means target creature with the type assembly worker. Like imagine removing the word assembly worker in the text and replace it with, say, goblin. You're not looking for a card called goblin. You're looking for a card that has the goblin type. Venser Sliver. Venser Sliver is debatable. It's a 5 mana 3/3 vanilla creature so far. The thing is, by the time you cast it, you've probably already got like 2 or 3 other... I'd say probably 3 or 4 other slivers out by then. At which point, it's now a 5 mana 3/3 with a few different abilities. Weather Seed Totem. So, Weather Seed Totem, Phyrexian Totem, Phyrexian Totem, Thunder Totem, Chronotog Totem all emulate specific creatures. Weather Seed Totem is basically Weather Seed Tree Folk, because if you look at the activation cost and the size and what it becomes, triple green +2, 5/3 trample. When it dies, return owner's hand. Triple green +2, 5/3 trample. When it dies, if it was a creature, return it to its hand. So if somebody's going to go and, blow up your totem, if you can pay this activation cost in response, you get the totem back to hand. Phyrexian Totem is 2-headed Gynivores. Phyrexian Totem is Phyrexian Negator. Whenever it's dealt damage, if it's a creature, sacrifice that many permanents. Thunder Totem only is Thunder Spirit, which is 2 white plus 1 for a 2/2 flying first strike creature. That recently got kicked to the curb by White Orchid Phantasm? I think that's what you call it. No, not White Orc. White. Is it White Orchid Phantasm? No, White. White Orchid Phantom. 2 white for a 2/2 flying first strike. 2 white plus 1 for a 2/2 flying first strike. And the Phantom had other stuff going on as well. Brassnat referencing Brassman, which is instead of having flying, it was a 1/3. Saw some play back in the day, years ago, when a 1-mana 1/3 was actually a really big deal. Sarpadian Empires. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Brassnat, don't play it anymore. You've got better stuff elsewhere. Sarpadian Empires, Volume 7. 3 to cast, 3 tap, make a 1/1 creature token of the chosen type and color. For 1 more mana, either in original cost or activation cost, you can get Birthing Bells and Masquerade Nexus. Masquerade Nexus is 4 to cast, 3 to activate. Birthing Bells is 3 to cast, 4 to activate. And you get a 2/2. I don't remember. I don't think they get a color to them. But the tokens have Changeling. I would generally play those instead, unless you actually have a specific reason for wanting to run these guys. Chronotog Totem. Again, trying to be Chronotog. Triskelivus. Triskelivus tries crossing. Triskelion. And Tetravus. The problem is Tetravus, you can sacrifice the tokens to put them back, to put them in, to basically turn them into counters to put back on the main body, and this doesn't do that, which is a shame. I think the reason they didn't do that is because the text would have ended up being too small. But yeah, I mean it's you're then looking at 3 +1/+1 counters. You're looking at paying 10 mana to get a 1/1 and 3 1/1 tokens that you can sack to deal damage to any target. I think that's a bit much. I think if I'm looking for something like that, I'm looking elsewhere. Hivestone, turn everything into, you know, turning everything into slivers. Sorry, turning everything you control into slivers. It's fine. Is it really a thing that you need? I mean, it's not useless in and of itself. It does give a creature type to stuff that wouldn't have a creature type otherwise. And then lands. Let's get through the lands real quick. So, 18 lands, but we'll skip the 5 basics. So that brings us to 13. So, the first 5 are a cycle that I think is actually, people should actually play these more often than they do. Tap for colors. Tap 1 and tap it, put a storage counter on this land. Tap 1 and remove X storage counters from this land. Add X mana in any combination of the one of 2 colors that land cares about. That's actually quite deep, because you can just sit there and let the mana build up and build up and build up. And quite often that's a thing that happens. And then after like 6 turns you go, and I'll pay 1 and I'll remove, 6 counters off of it. And I want 3 blue and 3 white. These, I think, need to see more play than they do. Urza's Factory. Basically, this is how Urza handled Mishra's Factory. What? Mishra's Factory. Land, taps for colorless. Pay 1. Turn the land into a 2/2 artifact creature till end of turn. Or tap, target assembly worker, gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Urza's Factory, tap for colorless. Tap 7 and tap it, make a 2/2 assembly worker. So instead of becoming an assembly worker, you generate a token. Why is it 7 and tap? Because of the Urza land cycle originally from Antiquities that's been printed a fair bit. Okay, so Urza's Mine itself has got 26 paper printings. Which means the other ones are also going to do the same thing. And basically what happens is if you have Urza's Mine, Urza's Terror, and Urza's Power Plant, each of them tap for 1 mana each. But if you've got one of each in play, the Mine and the Power Plant tap for 2 each, and the Power Plant taps for 3, which means you tap all 3, you generate 7 mana, which means suddenly this goes from, oh my god, this is going to be such a headache, to this is easy. Flagstones of Trocare. Are you playing white? Have you got a copy floating around for some reason or other? Put it in your deck. Sledging land that taps for white. But if it goes to the graveyard for any reason at all, you get a plains out of your deck and put in play. Does not say put in play, does not say basic plains. It just says a plains card. So you can fetch a Shockland, you can fetch a Triland, you can fetch Mistveil Plains. You know, you have options. Carekeep, tap for colors, tap a red and tap it. Or sorry, tap a red +1 and tap it. Make a 0/1 kobold. You're playing red and you just want like a small. You just want to be able to create tokens on the cheap. And when I say on the cheap, 18 cents seems good. Throw it in your mana base and don't look back. Swarmyard has gone up a bit because, I mean, recently we got Bloomburrow and we got Spider-Man. Swarmyard, tap for colors, tap, regenerate target insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. I think rat, well, okay, rat I know we had during Kamigawa. Did we have rats in Bloomburrow? I think so. Spider, I know we had them in Spider-Man. Squirrel, I think no. I know Spider we had in Spider-Man. Rat, I know we had in Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty. Squirrel, where did we have squirrels? Release date. Okay. Yeah, we did. So we had squirrels in Bloomburrow. Where did we have insects recently? Release date. We had a couple in Avatar. Oh, Edge of Eternities. Actually had a decent amount in Edge of Eternities. Okay. So yeah, Swarmyard is going to be one of those cards that's useful often. Vesuva, worst case scenario, it's another copy of land that somebody has in play, or you know, it's an extra swamp or mountain or whatever. Best case, it combos with Dark Depths to turn around and give you a 20/20. Academy Ruins. It's a terrible combo card, by which I mean that you combine this with stuff like Mindslaver and start stealing people's turns off of them. Especially if you can find a way to untap this multiple times a turn. And then you take everybody else's turns over. Terramorphic Gemstone Caverns. Gemstone Caverns, I think, is probably okay. Like, I wouldn't call it crazy, but I think it would be okay in Commander. The big reason I say that is to get it to do its thing. You only have the one copy, and it's got to be in your starting 7. Otherwise, it just taps for colorless. So, coin toss. And Terramorphic Experience, the big reason I didn't put this as my thumbnail, even though this is where, realistically, this is where it came out, is just because it's been reprinted so many times. You know, including Edge of Eternity's Commander, Tarkir Dragonstorm Commander, DRC, I think that's Aetherdrift Commander. Yep. Jumpstart 25, Duskmorn, Bloomburrow Commander. No, Bloomburrow Commander? Is that Bloomburrow? That is Bloomburrow Commander. You know, they keep reprinting it regularly enough that it's like, yeah. But that is it. It is almost 1:15. I've been at this for 6 hours. I should log out. So, I will see you guys next week. Good night, everybody. Pasta la pizza and all that jazz. Bye.